The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Hi there, hi there. Cross a couple of T's, dotting the last few I's, and we'll be off and running. Hi, my name is Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. Thanks for showing up. Let's see what happens. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of The Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora is out. Completing our sausage party trifecta is Pound Cake, who's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
We're looking forward to a brand new Pound Cake sports break later on today. There's a brand new episode of the Pound Cake podcast, which is available to you at AlanCoxShow.com. It's called So Over Halloween. Is that self-explanatory?
Yeah, it's pretty much me complaining for a straight half hour.
Is that the length of the podcast, or you just complain for a half an hour?
I complain for a half hour. That's the length of the podcast.
Oh, so you complain the whole episode?
Essentially, it's
Oh,
about
I
me,
see.
my Halloween
But
weekend.
you dressed up. You went to a party and everything.
And that's why I was complaining, because I was like, I'm mad that I got suckered into it, because I don't care about Halloween. It's not like I go trick-or-treating. Like, I don't care about a costume. I mainly did it because I'm a conformist, and I'm mad at myself. So that's why I did.
You don't like that part of yourself.
I don't. Yeah, I was
that
like,
you're easily malleable.
Yeah, I call myself out on it.
Well, there's nothing wrong with wanting to go to a party.
But it's like I didn't have to wear a costume. Like, costumes were completely optional. But I was like, I don't want to be the only one.
Would you have been the only one not in a costume?
Yes.
Well, that's
yes.
right.
I got there and I was
Right.
like, Cody, see, you're gonna get there. There's gonna be someone in the corner like, whatever. I'm too cool. There was literally someone in a garbage bag, and he was like, that was his costume. And he had a garbage bag. That was his costume. So he at least tried something. And I'm like,
That's not really trying, though. I think if you're going to go because I'm not a dress-up guy either, but if you're going to go to a Halloween party, you have to buy in.
and that's why I just
People
wanted
are
to get
like,
drunk.
It's like, well, then you should have stayed home, man. I mean, listen, I know because I'm Captain Fun. So when I show up, everybody's going to have a good time. Like, Bill, you didn't go to a Halloween party, did you?
No, I just I did dress up, though.
Well, we were both at the Rock Hall inductions on Saturday
Yeah,
night,
on Saturday
when
night,
I think
but-
most Halloween parties were probably happening.
But on Halloween Day, we had a show at Hilarities, and I dressed up. But I like to do minimalist costumes.
Oh, you
where
were
it's gonna
Sergeant
be,
Crashmore, Detective
Detective Crashmore. But like last year, I did an Abundance of Caution, which is just a bunch of a caution tape wrapped around me. I like those super easy costumes where it's either a quick shower or you can literally just take it off and throw it in the garbage when you're done. That's how I like to do it.
I see. All right, well, there you go.
But I'm there for the fun, and I appreciate people that like put in a ton of effort. Like John Bruton, who I do that show at Hilarities with, over the years, he's done some amazing costumes. And this year, he was Clayton Bigsby, if you remember from...
The blind white supremacist from Chappelle's show.
The blind black white supremacist from Chappelle's show.
Right.
And he nailed it.
What, he just put like pancake on his face and squint?
He just...
What's that costume?
The costume is like he had like the coveralls, like the overalls, like the Carhartt. He had the right glasses. He had the right hat. He had a cane. He was wearing a MAGA hat because that's what he kind of updated it to what that guy would be into now.
Right.
So it was pretty good. But he's done like Prince in the past. He did, what was the white dude that Eddie Murphy played in Trading Places?
Oh, the guy in the barber shop? What about Rocky
No, not-
Marciano? That guy?
That's
Trading Places.
Trading Places, yeah.
I'm thinking of Coming to America.
Yeah.
And Trading Places, he was
I think he was just playing himself, but he was dressed up as a white guy.
okay.
But like he did that one year, so he's done some real elaborate ones. He did Killmonger one year, and John's a bald guy, so he had like fake hair put in.
Those little dreads or whatever.
Yeah, not just like they were like one at a time glued in. Like he went all out.
Wow.
He's done some
Yeah,
good
listen,
stuff.
I appreciate people who like Halloween and put a lot of thought into their costume. I'm just not that guy. I mean, the last party that Gwen and I went to was years ago where she was Prince and killed it. And I was, I don't know, what do I have? And I was Batman Zell because I had a Batman cowl and I had a Johnny Manziel jersey because he was brand new to town. And I go, I'll be that. And that's what I was. And it was silly and it was fine. But people who put a lot of work into it, I go, hey, God bless. You love it. And so you should do that. What I don't like, and again, I know that I can be crusty, but if you're going to go, but if you're going to go to a party, get into it. You know what I mean? Like, don't be that guy or girl. By the way, it's never girls. There's never a girl who's like, I'm not into this, whatever. Always a guy. So, like, if you're too cool for Halloween, then you don't go to the party. You have people have like an anti-Halloween party or whatever it is.
Yeah, but I mean, I think an anti-Halloween party is just staying home.
Sure, right. Alan, why the F are black people allowed to dress as whites and make fun of them, but if you flip the script, you're canceled? Because there isn't 400 years of systemic racism against white people. And on to the next thing.
Why is that so hard to understand?
I
for
don't
some
know
people?
why it's so hard to
It's so
understand.
hard
I
to
don't know. If you saw any of the... if you saw the election results from around the country, you realize it's still really, really hard to understand for people. You talk about being malleable, boy. Holy cow. Anyway, Cleveland's got a new mayor. Pound Cake didn't vote for him because Pound Cake didn't vote.
Who is it?
But it's your guy, Justin Bibb. He's 34 years old. He's the second, this is no surprise that he won, but he is the second youngest mayor in Cleveland's history. Who was the youngest mayor ever in the history of Cleveland, Ohio?
I know. Does Pound Cake know?
Pound Cake does not know. I know you know. So I guess it really is more of a rhetorical question. Do you know, Pound Cake? Do you know who the youngest mayor in the history of Cleveland, Ohio is? He was very young. They called him the boy mayor at the time.
Frank Jackson.
He is still in the Frank Jackson. No, although he has been.
I would say he's the longest mayor.
He has been longest or longest serving. I don't know how tall or long he is.
Longest serving mayor. But we have a black mayor now. It's cool.
You know Frank Jackson is a black guy, right?
Frank Jackson's black?
And Mayor Michael White before him was also black.
Really?
Well, Frank Jackson has been the mayor the entire time I've been in Cleveland. He's been the mayor since 2006. And I got here Christmas of 09.
I don't know if Mayor Michael White was all the way till 2006. There might have been one in between them. I just remember Michael White was the mayor during the 90s because he made a cameo on the Drew Carey show when he had some big party.
There you go.
And the mayor shows up.
Dennis Kucinich was the name I was looking for, Pound Cake. He's still active in politics. I think he ran for, what did he run for?
Governor, I think.
Early on, I think he was trying to be mayor again.
Yeah,
early on he was trying to be mayor again, and people were like, no. He's got a hot wife, though, boy. So God bless Dennis
she's
Kucinich.
so hot.
Hot British redhead wife who is accomplished in her own right and smart and lovely, and every so often we'll see him walking down the halls here, and she is just gorgeous. So Justin Bibb is the new mayor of Cleveland. He's the 57th. He's 34 years old. And Frank Jackson, unbeknownst to our own little Pound Cake, is black. And even though he won't be mayor again, he still will remain black. And he will be the guy forevermore. He put of course, every public figure wants a legacy when they leave office, and some people's are bestowed upon them. Frank Jackson's, of course, his legacy will be that he called Cleveland the butthole of the world. Whether or not...
perceived as the butthole.
Cleveland is perceived to be the butthole of the world sometime, right?
Well, they say perception is reality, so there you go. So Justin Bibb is the brand new mayor of Cleveland, Ohio. And I don't even think that it was, there's no shock to that whatsoever. And I hope that he does a good job. I hope that he, we lived in the city of Cleveland for the first 7 years we lived here before we moved to the suburbs. And Frank Jackson's been the only mayor the city has had since I've been here. So we'll see what Justin Bibb does. He says, I won't be perfect. I'll make mistakes, but I'll serve you well. I'll lead with honesty, integrity, and transparency.
Mistakes. You're just admitting that you're going to make mistakes.
So, we'll see what he does. See what he does. Boston has the first female Asian mayor. Boston is a very, stereotypes aside, Boston is a very different city than it was even 20 years ago. And Boston elected a woman named Michelle Wu to be their mayor. She's young, too. She's the first female mayor of Boston. She's the first Asian American mayor of Boston. We have a lot of bureau chiefs there in the city. She looks very young. I don't know how young she is. I'm curious. It doesn't really matter, but I am curious. And so she's the mayor there as well. And so, a lot of people are going to be doing new things, I guess. I was happy to see that largely Northeast Ohio avoided all the fake right-wing fear-mongering over mask mandates and the fake outrage over critical race theory, which isn't actually taught anywhere. But a lot of people ran on that, and a lot of those people didn't win their races. So I was very, very surprised to see that a lot of people in Northeast Ohio avoided that because this is a solidly red state. But get to know Justin Bibb, Pound Cake. I would think if nothing else, you'd think he was cute.
He is cute. I saw him on the billboard. Outside Dunkin' Donuts.
And yet, did not cast a vote for him.
I didn't even know. They didn't even advertise Election Day. I didn't even know.
What did you think the billboard was for?
It didn't say a date on it.
They didn't advertise Election Day.
I just looked at the picture.
They only had a giant billboard that said Bibb for mayor. How was I supposed to know what that was for?
No, I knew it was for mayor. I just didn't know when the election was.
You didn't Google?
Nah, I just saw. I thought he was cute. I think I added him on Instagram.
You know what? These days, that's the only voting people do. I followed him on Instagram. Good. I have to take a break. We're going to talk to actor-musician Dennis Quaid later on. I say musician because he is. He's doing a show at the Kent Stage on Saturday night. He's only doing a dozen stops around the country, and one of them is out there at the Kent Stage. We've played that venue many times. And so I'll talk to him a little bit later on. I will have another $1,000 for you here in about 20 minutes. 2:30 is the next keyword for you to go fund yourself.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and...
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live in here. 800-348-1007. I'll have another $1,000 for you. In about 10 minutes, another keyword for you to go fund yourself. 30 past every hour, you get a shot of that. So $5,000 over the course of the show today. The Cavaliers are back at home tonight before they hit the road again. They play in the Portland Trailblazers, Rip City, tonight. They're pretty evenly matched this early in the season. So Trailblazers at Cavs tonight, the Romo Fijo. At 7 o'clock is game time. So 6:30, right after we get out of here, is when the pregame will begin. Tonight on MMS, and if you're in town, not near radio, of course, you can listen on the iHeart Radio app to do that. Speaking of the Romo Fijo, they dropped off some treats for us in honor of Bert Kreischer's 49th birthday, which is today. Happy birthday, Bert.
Happy birthday, Bert Chrysler.
It has been, Bert loves Bill Squire, of course.
Mm-hmm. Bill Squire's amazing.
One of the funniest guys ever.
He's not woke at all.
Mm-hmm. Listen, that's a compliment of the highest order.
He says very kind things about me in that clip. I posted a longer version of that clip on my Instagram if you want to see exactly what he was talking about. But it's a very it's a clip that makes me feel good because two very, very funny people that are very successful are saying kind things about me, and that makes me feel good even though I don't always look good.
Would it make you feel less good if people less talented were saying nice things about you?
I mean, I like when people say nice things about me, so it all makes me feel good.
Mm-hmm.
But like those guys are,
they know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing, so it feels good. They're guys that I've known for a while, and it's nice to hear them say nice things about me. So
it's been a while since Bert has been in the room. He's been on the phone a handful of times, but it hasn't been since June of 2017.
I know. I posted a picture, and we were both so skinny. Like I wasn't.
You and Bert.
I wasn't the skinniest I ever was, but I was much skinnier than I am right now. And Bert was real skinny, like real skinny.
But I'm going to be stuck being the machine for 40 years.
There's worse things to be, though.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I'm cool with it.
Yeah, but
if you
are
want
the
to hear the
machine.
story, I'll tell it tonight. I won't tell the beginning, so I'm afraid you'll leave.
The Bert Kreischer show at the Romo Fijo happens on the 20th of this month, and you can get tickets through Ticketmaster, I believe. So happy 49th to him. Quite frankly, I didn't realize he was that old. I know Bert Kreischer's been doing his thing for a long, long time. And, but for some reason, I guess I thought he was, I don't know how old I thought he was, but he's 49 today. So thank you. Carrie and the gang over at Romo Fijo dropped off some stuff and blah, blah, blah. Hey, the Braves are the World Series champions. They beat the Astros in 6 games. Last night, 7-0. Shut them out to win in Houston.
The 0-2. Left side, Swanson to first. The Braves are world champions. At 10:23 Central Time, Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021, the Atlanta Braves have officially overcome all obstacles that were put in front of them, and they are world champions, winning it in 6 and delivering Atlanta their second championship.
Braves came from behind, right? I mean, in the series.
No, I think they
I
won
thought
the
they
first
did.
game. I think they
Did
won
they?
the first game, and then the Atlanta won the second game, and Atlanta won game. Not this, obviously not this game, but the game before this one.
Sounds like a lot of Braves fans traveled to Houston.
Probably.
That was a pretty wild crowd.
It's been a while since they've been there. So
26 years since they won the World Series last.
Josh Tomlin, congratulations. He's been on the show several times. And
does he play for them now?
Yep. Talked about bow hunting and stuff with him.
Sure. And listen, the Braves, I mean, they've got a hell of a team down there. I mean, if you needed, who? Hank Aaron plays for them?
No.
And,
Long time
man,
ago.
I'm sorry?
Long time ago. It's been a while.
It has been a while?
It has been quite some time.
Oh, right, because he's dead.
Yeah.
He just died almost a year ago. Right, so he's not on that team.
Correct.
But in spirit,
sure.
always be a legend.
Yeah, he'll always be a legend. Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, it's been 26 years. The fans here are unbelievable. But I want to thank two angels that are up there tonight, made sure this happened. Hank Aaron and Phil Niekro. Thank you, boys, for having...
Phil Negro. Is that what he said?
Negro?
Is there a guy named Phil Negro?
I don't know. I thought he said Necro.
Oh, Phil Niekro. I'm not down with my Braves legends. Phil Niekro, there it is, yeah. Nicknamed Nuxie. Played 24 seasons. He played 20 seasons with the Milwaukee/Atlanta Braves. He was there when they moved. Wow. He's from Blaine, Ohio. You know where Blaine, Ohio is?
Yeah, but like
I'm looking at a map here. It's in Ohio.
I have no idea. Never even heard of it.
Okay. But for people who don't know, it's actually part of the Wheeling, West Virginia metropolitan area. So it's right there on the border, on the river.
That's like Marietta area, right?
There you go.
Yeah. What is the population of Blaine, Ohio?
I don't know.
Blaine and his wife.
It's a very small town. It's unincorporated.
Oh, you didn't get a town hall.
I don't know what they've got.
Or police station.
They're on the river. Phil Niekro is literally the only notable person who's ever come out of Blaine, Ohio. With due respect, if you're listening from Blaine, Ohio, and you're hoping to be a notable person, I'm pulling for you, but you would be precisely number 2. It doesn't even give their population. It simply says it has a post office with a zip code 43909. So Phil Niekro, Milwaukee and Atlanta Braves legend, shouted out last night. But first time in 26 years that they've won.
Braves country, we appreciate you and love you. We love all of y'all because we couldn't do it without you. And these guys are up here, they love and appreciate y'all also, man. It's just so, honey, we did it. We're world champions.
Weird thing is, he was talking to his pitcher there. Why call him honey, don't know. I'm kidding. His wife is in the crowd, of course. But I guess you got to throw in a lot of y'alls, don't you? Like, let's say you're from Washington State and you get hired to be the manager of the Braves. That's Brian Snicker. He's the skipper for the Braves now. But, when you get to like a team in Georgia, you got to start throwing in a lot of y'alls.
I don't think you're doing it on purpose. I think it's just that infectious. If I go and spend a week in Georgia or South Carolina and I'm around people that are saying y'all gets into your vocabulary real fast. That's how I feel.
Okay. He's from Illinois, Brian Snicker. And where he's from is not far south enough for y'all. Once you get down to like the southern tip of Illinois, where it's basically Kentucky, there's some y'all there. My dad's from the deep, deep south, and I didn't grow up hearing y'all. I'd hear it once in a while, but and my dad had a distinct twang, but there was no y'all in our house. But it probably
I love a y'all. I think y'all's great.
I don't mind it. I'm simply
y'all's
saying
the
that
perfect situation, the perfect word for any situation where you just want to include everybody. You want to make people feel comfortable. Maybe you don't know their gender. Throw them a y'all. How y'all doing?
I think it's being ruined, though, by some people who are less than, you'll say, howdy, y'all. There's a lot of fake hominess with people that you'll see.
Like at a Denny's.
What's that?
Like if you're sitting at a Denny's and the waitress comes up, how y'all doing, y'all?
No, that's fine. No, like if you're a waitress, I want you chomping on bubble gum and, I want Flo from Alice, if you, hey y'all. Like, I don't mind that. Blaine, Missouri was the town in Waiting for Guffman. No, Blaine, Ohio is what I'm talking about. But, you got to throw in some y'alls. Farther north, of course.
A former president made a phone call to order some pants, and he was throwing y'alls around.
Was he?
Yeah.
Wow.
Y'all made me some pants.
Some real nice pants.
Yeah, some real nice pants.
Right. Well, if it was good enough for LBJ.
Y'all made me some real lightweight slacks. Make these a half-inch bigger in the waist. Make the pockets at least an inch longer. My money and my knife and everything fall out. Now, another thing, the crotch down where your nuts hang is always a little too tight because they cut me under there. Let's see if you can't leave me about an inch from where the zipper ends. round under my back to my bunghole.
People are pointing out Phil Niekro, of course, a Cleveland Indians legend.
Oh, okay.
He pitched from 86 to 87. His 121 career victories after the age of 40 is a major league record.
Damn.
There you go. He had a mean knuckleball, and for a little while he was hurling here in Cleveland. So yes, Cleveland Indians legend Phil Niekro.
Well, congratulations to them. I hope neither of those... Well, I'm just glad that Houston didn't win. That's really what it comes
That's what a
down
lot
to.
of people
Yeah.
wanted. They just didn't want the
don't Houston
Astros to win. I got $1,000 here for you to win. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself first of 5 here on the show right now. So good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword GREEN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's GREEN to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
I was reading about how they seized a whole lot of counterfeit sports championship rings in Ohio. Border Patrol in Cincinnati. They got about $500,000 in fake championship rings. Who's buying these? 94 rings coming from overseas worth $500,000.
Somebody will always buy them.
Imagine being on the fake championship ring detail. Other people, you're like people don't realize that like the Postal Service has guys that run around and carry guns and track down counterfeiters and things like that.
Who did they arrest not long ago? Or is this maybe a way back thing? But the Postal Service arrested and charged somebody with a pretty serious crime.
They arrested Steve Bannon.
That might have been
because they were charging him with wire fraud.
Yeah.
Yeah, people don't realize that the post office has like federal agents who come in with guns and kick the door down because they're in charge of things like wire fraud. And, it's a federal offense to engage in mail fraud.
And they always deliver.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
How's that not a show? Where's the CSI?
They
Postal
always
Service?
deliver.
There's got to be a postal CSI in the works somewhere.
Yeah, seriously, they have covered every other area of whatever. Why not CSI Postal Service? CSI : USPS. These guys push the envelope. Yeah. I guess there's a show called The Inspectors, I'm being told, on CBS that is kind of about that.
I actually...
Have you seen that?
Do know that show because I think a buddy of mine wrote a couple episodes of that show.
Okay. Well,
The Inspectors,
that's... The Inspectors.
That's about the Postal Service.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, a buddy of mine wrote a few episodes in the early seasons.
Oh, there you go.
And that's still on?
I don't know if it's still on, but it did inspire that show.
Okay.
Yeah. All agents must complete a 16-week training program that covers firearms, physical fitness, and defensive tactics. In 2019, they made 5,800 arrests related to postal crimes. People say, oh, you're a lot like the FBI, and I like to tell them, nope, the FBI is a lot like us, says one USPS agent.
Bam!
Right?
Got that ready to go.
The U.S. Postal Inspection Service. So it might not be one of the most glamorous jobs, but I think it's cool because most people don't even know it's a thing. Imagine if they kick down your door and they go, freeze, U.S. Postal Inspection Service. And when the person on the other side of the door stops laughing, they go, oh, there's guns trained on them.
You're like, wait, what?
What?
You guys have guns now?
Huh?
You're arresting me?
That's right. We're here to stamp out crime. So they investigate mail theft, identity theft, narcotics. People are sending drugs in the mail. Lottery scams.
That's a big one.
They're on board with that. And because Steve Bannon was accused of money laundering and wire fraud and all this stuff, they're the ones who kicked in the door. So good for them. So these guys are the ones who come through and,
Well, don't forget to tip your postal the postal service at Christmas so they don't end up arresting
There you go.
Yeah.
Tip your postal server when they come by. Hey, y'all, here's your mail. Yeah. I'm so stupid, by the way. Like, when I would see my mailman in the summertime, if I was, like, mowing the lawn or something, you know, he'd go, how you doing, Mr. Cox? And I go, how does he know my name? Because he delivers the mail, a-hole,
Yeah.
that's how. And I go, right.
He knows
I'm
your
such an
house.
idiot. You know what I mean? Like, I go, what?
Not me, I'm the side piece.
How does he know? How does he know my name? I may have even said it out loud to my wife, and she goes, you know he delivers our mail, right? And I go, right.
Don't you tip that guy, too?
What? Huh?
Don't you casually tip your mail guy?
I don't casually tip anybody. I formally tip people.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Christmas Day.
He'll remember that you gave him money.
You remember how you had the moment last week where people were asking for a picture?
Yes. Yep. At the Foo Fighters show, the House of Blues, 2 groups of people said, can we get a picture? And I assumed they mean with me. And I said, sure. And they hand me their camera.
Now, where's that ego when he knows your name?
What ego?
The where you go, like,
how does he know my name?
How does he know my name? You're a celebrity in Cleveland. People know who you are.
Well,
so why wouldn't he know who you are?
But not everybody. Like, maybe 2 out of 10 people know who I. You know what I mean? Like, and I just listen. I didn't even think it was an ego thing at the Foo Fighters. I just assumed like that's the fish, that's the pond we swim in. You know, so.
Yeah.
And obviously, I had no issue with taking photos of people. I'm happy to do it.
But it was just
I was just
funny.
surprised, yes, because it happened twice. At the beginning of the evening and at the end of the evening. And I'm like, okay, maybe somebody's trolling me here. In which case, Mazel Tov. Like, I don't
Very
care. That's
funny.
fine.
Yeah.
Of course.
Kelsey Cook, who has been on this show, she's a comedian. She was sharing a story on her Instagram story where she was out to dinner with a friend and the server asked for her autograph. And she goes, oh, okay, yeah, no problem. Where do you want me to sign? And they're like, I just need you to sign the receipt.
Right. Oh, man.
Ouch. Ouch. That's like me.
And then she goes, oh, I'm sorry, I'm comedian.
Yeah.
So that would be like me when I always ask, I'm like, do you want me to sign Cody or Pound Cake? And then someone would be like, Pound Cake. I'm like, oh, you just need like me to sign like something, my receipt. Okay. Because I asked that here. Like, Alan, you asked me to sign something like a week ago. And I was like, do you want it as Cody or Pound Cake? He's like, whatever.
Yeah. She got divorced, right? Kelsey Cook?
Yeah.
Like she was married to the other comic.
They were married for a cup of coffee and they got
They were both in
divorced
here on different occasions.
real quick.
Yeah. Pretty wild.
Yeah.
Divorce in your early 30s. Think about that.
Yeah, I was
She's
that.
still young.
Yeah, I was that. You were that, weren't you?
Who, me?
Yeah, weren't you divorced in your early 30s?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I mean, hers was like 30, 31. I was more towards the mid, probably 34.
I don't know if she's that. I think she's closer to 33, 34.
Oh, yeah?
What was that noise?
I don't know. Why not?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Alan, I've listened to the show since day one. I have no idea what any of you look like. And that's the way I like to keep it.
Super hot.
Now, it's not because you don't have access to that information. You have made, after almost 12 years of me being in Cleveland, you have made a very specific decision to not access that information because you don't have to, you're not relegated to running into us in public. You could go online, Google any of our names, and the picture would come right up. So
Right,
you have
and your
actively
social media, everything,
avoided
yeah.
all of that. Right.
There's been people that have gotten mad when they have seen us in person, whether it's something out in public or they'll like come to Hilarities and not know that we were on the bill. And they'll be like, it doesn't match anymore with what I had pictured in my head.
And by the way, being mad when you see us in public is a perfectly normal reaction, too.
That's fine.
That's why I don't want to, Bill's the only one who's met Dick from Dayton. And unfortunately, because he showed us that photo, I now know what Dick looks like. Now, it helps a little bit that he looks exactly like I thought he would look. But I don't know what Rick looks like. I've met Drunk Sue. She looks the way you think she'd look, too. But I've never met Rick. I like to keep. I like to experience frequent callers to the show the way the audience might experience us. Who cares what they look like? I didn't get any of this to get looked at.
Kelsey Cook is 32, so right
there you go,
right between what we were thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Very funny though. Just her, and then she goes, "I'm comedian, not a comedian. I'm comedian.
I'm comedian." Mm-hmm.
You're so embarrassed in that moment.
Sure. I have to change all my emergency contact info back to my mom because I'm getting divorced. Okay, Alan looks like Kmart brand Timothy Oliphant.
Well,
Kmart's closed.
Yeah, so you're going to have to
know what you mean by that.
Great value.
Ames.
Yeah.
How about Zaire? Did you guys have Zaire or Venture in Ohio?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Not that I remember.
Well, he's a talented guy. Liked him in The Office. Great in Justified. Awesome in everything he's in.
Yeah,
quite frankly.
He was on The Mandalorian last season.
Mandalorian.
He's
The
been
Mindy
great.
Project. He's great in everything.
Played Hitman in the movie Hitman.
There you
based on
go.
the video game Hitman.
Shaved his head. Sure. Santa Clarita Diet there with Go-Go's inductor Drew Barrymore.
He was very funny on that show.
He's great.
He's got chops.
Yeah, I think he does. Okay, I got a break. If you want to get a text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com if you want to see what anybody looks like. And we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WN.
35192. Send a text. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. Want to email us? Hit us up on social. Want to watch the live stream? You can. Thank you to Hornk Gaborka for helping out there in the video department today. Thank you very much. Also, there's a brand new episode of the Pound Take podcast up there for you, where he rants about how much he hates Halloween. Well, it's more of a rant to hear him tell. It's more of a rant of how much he hates certain aspects of his own personality. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, it's pretty.
And it manifested itself over Halloween.
Yeah, because I mean, as I was explaining yesterday, you guys were telling me I was the weird one when I said, why not utilize a Friday or Saturday to trick or treat so you can, not just trick or treat, but you could go home, your parents can check your candy, you can indulge in said candy, and watch scary movies all night. You can make an event out of it. Versus Sunday night, there's a curfew. But then you go home and
people still do those with their kids on those other nights. It's just that the trick or treating proper happens on Halloween. You can still watch scary movies on a Saturday night.
Yeah, but you want to stay. I feel like you should make an event out of it, and that should be the one night where kids don't have a bedtime. Like, have your sugar high and stay up to 2 a.m. watching Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, you don't have kids. There's no parent who wants that.
Okay, well then
kids don't control the calendar, by the way, either.
And there are some places that will do that, and they'll put it on a weekend. But I think
But none of that has anything to do with you going to a Halloween party as a single adult male.
I understand all this. That's why I was hungover.
That's why we said you were weird, not because of the kids thing.
Yeah, I was hungover the next day, and I was like, it's 6:30 p.m. What's all this commotion? I'm trying to sleep here. Because I was in bed all day, and I forgot. I was
had that bad of a hangover?
I was going to say you were hungover at 6:30 in the evening?
It was Twisted Teas. That's all I was drinking all night.
So what?
And we were kind of playing edible roulette. So, yeah, there was a little bit of a hangover there.
I was drinking for 4 days straight, son.
Yeah, right?
The best.
I was doing fine.
I don't think my body processes alcohol the same way anymore.
Well, those Twisted Teas have so much sugar in it that it makes it, and you haven't been having sugar.
I know.
So
Why
just
did
change
you pick
what
those?
you drink.
Why did you drink those?
Vodka soda, or just something that doesn't have as much sugar as a can of Mountain Dew.
But I like those. I like them. They're not like
rather than Pound Cake controlling his life, he kind of lets.
I complain.
Well, no. A lot of people complain. What I'm saying is, rather than controlling your life and deciding what you do, you kind of just let life happen to you. You're passive when it comes to life. You go, well, then this happened. Why'd that happen? I didn't do anything. You're like, life happens to you, and then you deal with whatever, rather than going, I'm going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to mitigate the circumstances of my Halloween hangover.
Well, one thing that is a double
I have
whammy.
a feeling even if he wasn't hungover, he still would have been in bed until 6:30 p.m. on Sunday.
Probably. But
that had nothing to do with him being hungover.
If kids really want to help the world, help people, and make people feel good, and get candy at the same time, go trick-or-treating in nursing homes. That's what I used to do when I was a kid. And I used to make the kids, or the old people, so happy to give us candy. Their family forgot all about them, and all they wanted to do...
Yes, there also wasn't COVID when you were a kid, too. I think that they're probably still dealing with protocols at convalescent homes.
I think they were rather...
They don't want a bunch of snotty kids walking in asking for candy from old people who don't even know who they are, let alone who the kids are.
They don't even know who they are.
What are you dressed up as? Some sort of rascal?
What are you? Are you a ne'er-do-well or a hooligan?
They used to love it. They're like, you know what? I haven't seen my daughter in 4 years.
Oh,
Take
that's
all
depressing.
the candy you want.
God.
I'm like,
yeah, but then they have
ma'am.
crappy candy, though.
No, they don't.
Necco wafers and...
No, they don't.
My daughter got a bit o' honey in her bag. I'm like, who? I go, seriously, who is giving out bit o' honey?
What is
Nobody
that?
likes those. Exactly.
I'm going to Google it.
That's bit o' honey is one of those ones that, like, when you're going through all your candy and you're getting down to, like, the last little bit, that's the one that you still have, and you're like, I still don't want it. I still don't want it.
There are some candies that will have their detractors. I'm one of those people who likes Necco wafers. It's not a go-to, but I don't hate them. A lot of people hate them. Other people, they hate circus peanuts, or I don't mind them. My dad used to have them. Candy corn. Don't even mind that, right? It's just sugar, right? Who cares? But I get it. Nobody likes bit o' honey. Nobody goes, ooh, bit o' honey. Nobody under 65 Might as well be handing out Werthers.
Add a little more honey.
No, 65 won't even touch that. They pull out their dentures.
Yeah, add a little more honey. Maybe people will like it more.
Right.
Maybe not
How
a
about
bit.
lot-o honey
Yeah,
instead
lot-o
of
honey.
bit? Maybe it's too little of a
just
bit o honey.
enough honey.
I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I was like, wow, I thought those got phased out of anyone's Halloween. They're not even in. You can't even get bit o honey in variety bags of Halloween candy. You have to specifically get bit o honey. So it was either a troll. I would have loved to have known who gave her that. I would have marched right back to the house and demanded a retraction.
There's another one that is like that. I cannot remember what it's called. I know if you go to Soho in Ohio City, the chicken place.
Yeah.
They have them when you walk in, and I can't remember what they're called right now. Charleston Chew.
Now I like
Those
Charleston
are
Chew.
good.
Love
Those-
them. They have strawberry. They have chocolate.
Yeah.
I like Charleston Chew.
Those feel like
You put them in the freezer and break them.
yeah. You think you're getting some old timey candy, but then it comes to the plate and it's good. I love me a Charleston Chew.
Listen, just because a candy's old timey doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. Bit o honey checks both of those boxes. I was just really surprised to see it because the usual suspects for Halloween. Pretty clear. You're going to get some Sour Patch Kids. You're going to get some bite-sized Snickers. You're going to get some Milky Ways. You're going to get some nerds, big chewy nerds, right? You're going to get some Twizzlers. Bit o honey, boy.
Some Whoppers and
Whoppers.
what are the Milk Duds?
Yeah.
Which I'll take a Milk Dud over a Whopper.
Whoppers suck.
Yeah.
That's another one. But you'll still see them getting kind of passed around.
And I'll still, like, if I'm at the end of my candy as a kid, I would still eat the Whoppers, or I'd try and convince my sister that they were, like, her favorite and trade. Be like, you don't want those Reese cups.
You know, I keep
Reese cups. You want some Whoppers. Look how many Whoppers you get compared to one Reese cup.
There's a reason for that, because you need a bunch of Whoppers to even equal one Reese cup.
And they still don't.
You know, I read this article on, like, Gen Z wants to end. These are the trends that Gen Z wants to end, because to Gen Z, millennials are the old folks now, right? It's not even the boomer thing anymore. It's Gen Z are the kids, and the millennials, who are late 30s, early 40s, they're the old ones now.
But that's not even fair, because they should be going after Gen X. Gen Z should be going after Gen X. That should be your old rival, because it skips an era.
Gen X gets to sit by quietly. And again, I don't know why this is. It just is. Gen X sits by quietly. We eat our popcorn. We watch Gen Z and the millennials and the boomers all screaming at each other. And we're back here going, more Sonic Youth music, please. I don't know why that is. You might be right that that's the way it should be.
It should be that.
But it's
they
not
should be
that.
going after you rather than going after me.
But when they argue about, these are the trends that we want to get rid of as Gen Z, focus on Bit of Honey, all right? Don't focus on IPA beer. We're going to get rid of IPA beer. A, no, you're not. B, focus on Bit of Honey. They don't like weird drawn-on eyebrows. There's all these articles about
I've never liked the weird drawn-on eyebrows.
But it's not endemic to any particular generation. All that kind of stuff is cyclical. It comes back, then it goes away, then it comes back. There's going to be a generation behind Gen Z that's going to hate it or love it or whatever.
They're going to love it again.
Yeah. So, there are these articles about how the older people in an office feel weird if they have really young people, like they're getting judged. We might have even talked about this.
We talked about it a little bit.
Yeah, like if you're in your early 40s, people in offices are like, I'm constantly feel like I'm being judged by the 22-year-olds in my office. Like, A, who cares?
Who cares?
Right.
You want to be judged by them. You don't want to, and I think I said this last week, they're going to judge you more if you're trying to be cool with them. So just be the version of yourself that they think's not cool, because the version of you trying to fit in with them is way more uncomfortable.
Cringier.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want to get rid of man buns and lip injections and blah, 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 and cancel culture and, just made up anyway. But listen, man, focus on Bit o honey, all right? Forget about all the other stuff. If you really want to impress me, and I know you don't care, but it would go a long way. But no, Gen X, boy, we just get to sit and watch the fireworks. It's the best. And I don't know why that is. Nobody's gunning for Gen X. It's not because we don't care. Do not care. Didn't then, don't now. Boomers are all, in their feels. The F your feelings crowd, boy, they go right to their own feelings. Go figure. And then, millennials had a good run. But now, they're looking down the barrel of their 40s.
Only did a good job of killing Applebee's. That's what we were after.
No, you killed the Bees. You didn't kill Applebee's. Applebee's remains. The Bees, the late night hip spot. You managed to kill that.
Well,
thanks a lot.
We'll take it. Mm-hmm. Oh, are you missing the Bees?
I never went to
Are people still kicking it at the Taco Bell cantinas?
I've walked by a couple and there were people inside. I don't know. Were people ever kicking it?
I don't know. It's a place that everybody goes and like, hey, we're going to meet up at the cantina.
Well, because, if people could kick it at, like, Applebee's, they could kick it at a Taco Bell cantina, too. Because I remember when that came out, like, when they said that they were doing that, they thought it was going to be the next big thing. Like, it was going to be, like, nightclub style.
Nobody
just go
thought
there.
that.
Yeah, because people could go get shots.
Can I have a 12-pack of the Cinnabons and let me get a chicken chalupa supreme, and nobody was kicking it at the cantina.
And nobody thought anybody was going to kick it at the cantina.
I took someone on a date to a Taco Bell cantina.
Well, that is you.
And
you get mad at people for using a coupon on a date, and you took someone to Taco Bell on a date?
Now, why did you do that?
Because I thought it was cool.
Because you liked the music? They had a DJ in there?
Nah, I thought it was cool.
DJ Fire Sauce! I'm on the ones and chaloops.
DJ Tea Kettle. Tea Kettle Taco Bell. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the cantina. Only time I've ever been in a cantina was at like 2:30 in the morning, and everybody's just there because they're hammered. They're not there because they're hanging out. They're standing there trying not to fall over while they're waiting for their food.
I got invited to one like for some sort of birthday party and some sort of like special chalupa or something that they had. And so I went there. It was like Zachariah and
special chalupa.
Me and like OK Pants, all these Cleveland influencers that they're like, well, we need Cleveland influencers that look like they eat tacos. So that's who they called. But it was still fun.
We need people who look like they eat a lot of tacos. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. Those are the people who you want food influencers.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Candy corn is the devil's earwax. Again, all of this stuff you cannot eat. You don't have to eat it. That's the beauty of any of it. You can avoid what you don't like.
It's just weird that it's still around.
Chick on a stick, somebody says. I don't know what that is.
Chick on a stick.
Chick on a stick. Like cow tails are still around. Those are okay? They have like that good...
I don't mind a cow tail,
yeah,
but I don't
fine.
love them.
It's okay.
I feel like my ex-wife really enjoyed them, and she would get that. And so like I'd be like, okay, but like she liked weird candy.
They're like those bullseyes.
Yeah, she'd go with like cow tails, and she'd go with Good and Plenty. And
I don't like black licorice.
Yeah, I know. That's why there's reasons we're not married anymore.
I'm sorry. Irreconcilable food differences. Mm-hmm. She likes Good and Plenty's, and I'm a chalupa influencer.
I'm a Mike and Ike guy.
I'm a Mike and Ike guy. I got some wiener news since today is
Wiener News,
a sausage party show. Remember a guy named Jonah Falcon? We talked about him a long time ago.
World's biggest penis.
World's biggest penis. And it's all this guy has going for him, by the way. He's not a good-looking guy. Jonah Falcon has a 13.5-inch penis. They did a song years ago. It's called Too Damn Big. Remember Too Damn Big,
yes,
the song?
Too damn big, it's just too damn big. Your penis too damn big, it's just too damn big. Too damn big, my penis too damn big.
Yeah, it was very subtle. Great songwriting. You could dance to it, like the beat. He's back in the news because he was complaining that he had been stopped by airport security because of his unusual bulge. And this has to happen all the time. So why he's talking about it now, maybe he hadn't traveled for a long time.
It's annoying.
He's probably tired of people not talking to him. You know, this was the guy for a while. This was the only interesting thing about him, because otherwise he just looked like a kind of a pudgy nub. And they go, why don't you do porn? And he go, no. You know how everybody is so reticent to like get into porn until they finally do? Remember Kendra Sunderland?
Yeah.
That girl that we had in here?
Webcamming
Didn't
is
you bring her
porn.
flowers and got her a limo and all that?
Candy, yeah.
Yeah.
That's very nice to her.
This girl who...
Just like I do for all our guests, by the way.
All of our guests, that's right.
Some of them turn it down.
Kendra Sunderland was the one who got caught masturbating in the campus library, and she spun that into camming or something, but swore she'd never do porn. Of course now she does porn.
Yeah,
a month later.
Like a month later after that interview.
When she
she's like-
walked out of this studio that day, she was on the phone with somebody,
Yeah,
probably
booking it.
booking porn. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I never understand the resistance to it. Because, yes, you're going to do that. And so this Jonah Falcon guy...
I think it's a negotiation tactic where if you just jump right into it, then there's not as much excitement. But if you say, I'm not going to do that, blah, 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 then...
We have to play hard to get.
Yeah, you play a little bit hard to get, and then the company's like, well, we'll pay you this much money, and we'll make you, we'll make you a good deal.
Trouble is, they're already going to dislike you because you played hard to get, and they're going to make you do awful things. Awful things.
Make you do anything.
If you want the money, you're doing it for the money.
You're doing it for the money, but they can't say, well, now you have to do this.
Well,
they thought I had something in my pants. Maybe they thought it was a dynamiter. I don't know. They took me out of the line, and they had me powder my fingers. I think that detects if I have any bomb stuff and all that. They never actually patted me down or grabbed it or anything like that. It was just me calmly explaining. It was like 10 minutes out of my life, but it was still funny. I was never worried about anything. What was the worst that was going to happen? They were going to have to make me pull it out.
That'd been funny.
That thing won't go off, will it? Yeah, it might go off.
People who love large penises, and guys and girls, there's something just gross about those people because it's not comfortable. It doesn't feel good. It's good to look at and maybe play with, but that's about it. Like, I don't want a super large penis, and I don't want to take one. That's just, it's too much.
Well, he was claiming that he was sleeping with celebrities and Oscar winners and blah, blah,
He
blah.
might have,
but
because I think people just are curious about it. There's a curiosity factor.
yeah, what's the matter with the curiosity factor?
But I don't want one for, like, a husband.
But he said his reputation has ruined his career because that's all anybody cares about, which is why you should maximize it as long as you possibly can. First off, guys in porn are just a necessary evil. Nobody really cares about guys in porn. So the guys... Sorry, straight porn. In straight porn, you're right. Straight porn. Who cares about the guys?
You never see hotguysf.com where it's just straight guys banging girls for gay people?
For gay people?
It's a straight porn site for gay people.
Why do gay people need a straight porn site?
Because gay guys like myself sometimes like to see straight guys go at it.
Huh.
With their girlfriends.
Really?
Really.
You like that?
Yes.
Why?
Because I like straight guys.
Right, but there are plenty of gay for pay guys doing gay porn.
But I don't want to see them because
He wants to see him with a girl. He wants to
that's
see...
their natural habitat.
Yeah, he wants to
They're
imagine
gonna be
what they actually want to be with, not... And then...
No, what they're being forced to do, pretending that they're...
Yeah, because there's nothing worse than a straight guy that's like, I'm just here for the money. And you could always tell the ones that are like, I'm just here for the money versus... I really am like bankrupt.
Seriously,
I mean, like there's a tear streaming down their face. I actually need the money.
Like my mom died.
Oh, I hope that's a tear.
Like literally, because you don't want to make me feel bad while I'm watching porn. Because I'm like, oh yes, slay the rich. But I'm like, oh, I really want to tip him. So if it's a labor of love, if he's like. I'll bang my girl. I'll do it for free.
So you don't want to see a guy who's really upset because he needs money that badly.
He's like, you guys are going to pay me the bottom? I thought I was going to be the top.
Oh, no. Oh. Yes, we're going to pay you a lot to do that.
They're really uncomfortable and the movements
Imagine getting
right.
to that point in your life.
It's usually people that, and everyone thinks it's a joke like, oh yeah, he just got out of jail. But like, no, he really got out of jail. He really can't get a job because he's a felon. So this is what he has to do.
There are plenty of felons who aren't doing gay porn. I mean...
Oh, they're doing gay porn. They're just not online.
No, it's ridiculous to say that every felon is doing gay porn. It's factually impossible.
I feel like a lot of
the point is that you still have to, there are a lot of homeless people, right? We've got a homeless problem. If all of them were willing to do pornography...
Some of them can't.
How come?
Because they're not good looking enough and no one will pay
No one
for
cares.
it.
You think Jonah Falcon is good looking? He's not a good looking guy.
Yeah, but he's also not a porn star.
No,
but
novelty. But he got offered to do porn immediately.
As a novelty.
Right, but they didn't. My point is they don't care what he looks like.
But he has other options.
What are his other he says it's ruined his career.
Well, he's been doing whatever he's been doing for however long. He's
singing wiener songs.
I'm talking about,
take
the hot felon, for example, the one that his mugshot went viral because he was so hot.
Mm-hmm.
He got a modeling contract outside that. Had he not got a modeling contract and they were like, listen, you're a drug offender, you're violent, we're not going to hire you anywhere. And they're like, listen, we'll give you $500,000, sign this contract, we'll have you do 10 movies, you're going to do porn. Most people, given the option, or like if that was their only option, they're like, I have nothing else to turn to. And porn doesn't care. It's a $1 trillion industry. They'll be like
$1 trillion industry. All I'm saying, and I'm not saying anything that you don't know, there are lots of people who are destitute who do not do pornography.
I feel like you're wrong on that. They just don't have the option to.
No, everyone has the option to do porn. That's why porn sucks now, because everyone's doing it. There used to be like standard bearers of pornography. There used to be porn stars. Now it's just people willing to get naked and get railed. So porn has been democratized, right? Gonzo porn. Everyone's doing it. That's why it's no fun anymore. So there's no excuse why anybody who wants to do pornography can't do it.
Straight guys.
OnlyFans, Cam Soda, Jerkmate, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone can do it and make money off of it.
I don't like that gonzo porn, though, because the chickens.
Well, then don't watch Disney's Haunted Mansion, because it's very gonzo-centric. There's a lot of running eyeliner. There's a lot of fish hooking. There's a lot of,
I don't
it's not
mind
family
it in
entertainment.
that context. I just don't, I don't want the porn version of it.
I got a break here. I will have tickets for you to see Bruce Dickinson. If you're an Iron Maiden fan, I know I am. Bruce Dickinson is doing a spoken word thing where he's going to tell you some stories and some insights on the band and do a Q&A with the audience. Should be a fun night out at MGM Northfield Park. It's in February, but I'll have tickets for you after the break. And then 3:30 is going to be the next chance for you to go fund yourself and grab $1,000.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio.
All right, I got tickets for you to see Bruce Dickinson. That's right, the Bruce Dickinson, frontman for Iron Maiden, an up-close and personal evening with Bruce Dickinson. He's a Renaissance man. He does everything. He's going to be talking about life with Iron Maiden, anecdotes, stories, behind-the-scenes stuff, do an audience Q&A, so if you're a Maiden fan, come loaded with some good questions. It's going to happen Thursday, February 10th, out at MGM Northfield Park. You can go to Ticketmaster.com for the details. Caller 10 here, 2 for Bruce Dickinson in February. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Sure, you could listen to another show, but then how would you find the puppies we've buried in boxes around the city? 100.7 WMMS.
First track down. By the way, my name is Bruce Dickinson. Yes, the Bruce Dickinson. And I gotta tell you, fellas, you have got what appears to be a dynamite sound.
Coming from you, Bruce, that means a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you're Bruce Dickinson.
This is incredible. I can't believe Bruce Dickinson digs our sound.
Easy, guys. I put my pants on, just like the rest of you, one leg at a time. Except, once my pants are on, I make gold records.
You're all going to be wearing gold-plated diapers. Mm-hmm.
Probably give him more cowbell.
Say, babe.
And Bobby, you are right. I am being selfish. But the last time I checked, we don't have a whole lot of songs that feature the cowbell.
I gotta have more cowbell, baby.
And I'd be doing myself a disservice and every member of this band if I didn't perform the hell out of this.
Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
You know, you think of a classic bit like that, and I don't know who wrote more cowbell, but somebody did. I don't know if it was Will Ferrell or one of the cast members or one of the writers, but Christopher Walken, the host, is the one who gets all the accolades. I mean, obviously they have to perform it in a funny way and all that, but, you know, you'd see more cowbell t-shirts with Christopher Walken's face on it. And if you met, let's say it was one of the writers who wrote that, and if you met them and they go, oh, Frank used to write for SNL. Oh, yeah, anything I recognize? I wrote more cowbell. And they'd go, oh, well, that was funny. But you wouldn't get, you know, it came out of your head. Give credit where credit is due. The Bruce Dickinson.
It was written by Will Ferrell.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, so I think he's good on credit.
But again, I didn't know that, you know? I mean, that's... So, yeah, okay. He wrote more cowbell. And it just starts from a germ of an idea. He's probably in the car. Here's Don't Fear the Reaper. I wonder what happened to the cowbell player for that band. And, of course, it becomes a classic. If you listen to the show, it really is, from top to bottom. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, tell me where you do that. Make sure you're on our map of bureau chiefs. Drew listens in Carnegie, PA, right outside Pittsburgh there. Brandon listens in Ridgeland, South Carolina. Anthony is our bureau chief at Michigan State University. Paul is in Ann Arbor. Tim listens in Omaha. We'll get the Pound Cake Sports Break in a couple of hours, right around 5:20. And then tomorrow we'll get the Week 9 picks from Terry the Goat. Ooh. Week 9 from Terry the Goat. The last couple of weeks, she's kind of stayed steady. 4-7 Week 8, 4-6 Week 7. Her low point thus far was Week 6. She went 3-7. So she didn't get the upsets that she wanted last week. Her picks were...
she took some chances. She took some swings, and it didn't work out.
Didn't work out. But I'd rather see somebody, a person or a goat, taking chances.
Right, doing something rather than sitting and waiting.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking with a friend today, and they're, very talented person, and I was like, what do you got cooking? And they're like, I got like 10 ideas, but I'm afraid I'm going to pick the wrong one and put all this time into it, and that's going to be, a waste of my time. I said, well, the biggest mistake you can make is not picking any of them. And they're like, that's a good point. So pick.
And that's a natural worry. Yeah. I hope this is the one. Mm-hmm. Why not do all 10 of them?
Well, eventually, you got to do one at a time.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. That's what it is. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Pick
fortune
one and do
favors
it.
the bold,
Yeah.
right?
Pick one and do it.
Alan Tell Pound Cake. I'm 38. I'm zaddy. I'm hot, and I have half a dozen felonies, and I'm still not gay for pay. All right, that's probably not all true, but I take their point.
I didn't say gay for pay. I said porn. If they do an OnlyFans, if they bang their girlfriend on the web, on the web, and have like a Pornhub page, it still counts. I'm not saying you have to go to a studio. I'm saying, okay, you're gonna be homeless, or you can make this video and generate some income. People will be like, well, I won't have to show my face. They're like, I'm not gonna work at TGI Fridays. Some people have pride.
Yeah, Ron Jeremy was gross.
Yeah.
And he gave hope to 1,000 potential porn stars. Like, geez, if that guy can do it.
Literally, all you have to do is have like us. You don't even have to be ripped. Just if they see tone, like a little bit of ripple, and you know,
A little bit of ripple.
a decent D, you'll work. People will pay to see you.
You know, they used to have this series called Bum Fights. I think it got outlawed. But it was called Bum Fights. And they would film people. This is pre-viral videos, pre-social media. They would film homeless people fighting each other for money.
Yeah.
What about bum porn?
I guarantee you, most homeless people would be like, if I didn't stink, if I didn't have the cyst, and like they just start listing off reason why.
I would never pass the tests, the health tests, if I didn't have these cysts.
Like,
why were you talking about beer holes and penises on the radio, Daddy?
I hear about all the time about how a homeless person, like I was homeless and someone approached me on the street and said, you should model. And then they get polished up. The agency takes care of them and they become a model.
But how did they end up homeless? I know it's not always your fault. I'm not victim shaming.
You probably live
I'm
in a
saying,
place
like,
you can't afford.
It's very rare that somebody hot.
No, it's not drugs.
Huh?
That's probably the number one reason why. Drugs. And they burned all their bridges.
Right.
And no one wants to help them. No one's going to loan them
But
money.
even in porn, they kind of have to do a cost-benefit analysis.
They're like, okay, we'll give you coke. Just do this scene. The porn industry is not ethical. What are you talking
Well,
about?
there's a difference between ethical and, obviously they don't, they're not trying to get, what do I know?
What are you talking about? Get sued?
No. Listen, it's still a business. Pornography is still a business, right?
Yes.
So you're trying to maximize your profits and minimize your headaches.
Sure.
And sure, it is a business that attracts people with a lot of headaches and a lot of problems.
So what's your point? Some people might have like, ooh, he has like the needle scars. That's kind of hot.
Well, I don't
might be into that.
My point is, because so many people are doing it, people who produce it have a much broader net to cast now, right? You don't have to shoot some chick up. You don't have to get some runaway hooked on crank to get her in front of the camera.
No, you don't.
You can get regular people. They're like, yeah, sorority girls.
It's more addictive than crank? Money.
But like from what I've seen, like there have been some porn stars from like my favorite porn site that I like, I wonder where they are now. And I like Google their name. It is always like a mugshot that pops up. So they weren't drug addicts before. They weren't in prison before, but they did porn, couldn't get another job, or like somebody found them out.
Or they're partying while they're doing it. There's a lot of reasons.
It's a lot of things like they turned 18 and then they flew out. They were still in high school. They flew out. They're from a very small town. And then they did the porn and everyone found out about the porn and they can't get a job and everything's ruined. So they're like, well, I can either do porn for the rest of my life or I can do this line. I could be a drug dealer. And then they end up going to prison and then they get out and do more porn. So you're going to do porn one way or another. Might as well just do it and enjoy it.
You're going to do porn one way or another. All right.
Why'd you say yabos?
I was talking about something. What did you hear?
Yabos.
Yeah, she was showing her yabos. Huh?
Because don't you ever think about when you watch porn, like, this person is so beautiful, they can do anything. Why do they choose this profession?
Yes, of course.
Like, you could model, you can act.
But
what went wrong in her life?
Because being hot doesn't make you a good actress. If you've ever seen porn actresses who try to cross over, now listen, I'm only half kidding when I say porn actresses are the greatest actresses on the planet because they have to pretend they're having a good time.
They might.
But that's different than like traditional acting in
delivering
films.
lines,
delivering lines
showing
and scripts
emotions and things like that. Yeah,
right. Oh my God is, I mean, yes, you're selling a fantasy there, but just being hot doesn't. LA is littered with attractive people who aren't that talented. That's why you end up with the hottest secretary you've ever seen. Because she was a super fox at her high school in Indiana, moves to L.A., doesn't go anywhere. So she ends up taking a regular job. So if you ever lived in L.A. or visited for any length of time, you will see people in everyday jobs who are the hottest you've ever seen in your life. And you're like, why aren't they an actress? Because it's really hard to do.
It's hard, yeah.
And you have to be good because everybody thinks they're good at it, but everybody can't possibly be good at it.
Yeah, well, okay.
Alan, I'm not sure if you guys talked about it yet, but did you see Sean Connery died?
Yeah.
Yes, saw that when he died a year ago.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was a long time
He
ago.
died last Halloween. Yes.
Why was that trending again?
Was it trending? Or?
Yes, that's how I saw it.
Oh, I thought maybe this person
Said
just texted me and was goofing around.
I saw that this morning too while I was taking a poop. I was like, wait, this dude?
Well, it's still true. He is still dead. So that's, yes.
See, that's why.
Did you see he died? We did see he died, yes.
Well, it was trending again. I thought it was like a death hoax. I was like, maybe he wasn't dead before and he's really dead now at 90.
He's really dead now. I got some money to give to you. Another chance for you to grab $1,000. About 30 after every hour, you can go fund yourself. So here's another keyword for you. Good luck. I hope you win.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword dollar to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's dollar to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Alan, did Pound Cake just imply that people who work in the food service industry don't have pride? Oh, boy.
No, that's
what
not
did you
I said.
say?
No, I said some people who don't want to take a food service job, they have pride and they won't take it.
Oh, they will service
Yeah,
someone,
they'll-
just not customers.
I thought you were saying that they'll take the food service job over the porn job.
No.
They'd rather do
Okay.
porn than
They'd
flip
rather porn.
burgers. is what
Yeah,
you're
some
saying.
people are like, I'm not going to work at TGI Fridays. I'm not going to work at McDonald's. And I'm like, okay, so do the porn then. It's not I don't understand. There's a stigma on one, but not a stigma on the other. Like some people would rather, at least I do porn and make a lot of money versus McDonald's. You working, 16-hour days for a $200 paycheck. Like, okay.
No, I get it. I mean, yeah, you earn your money when you're doing porn. You definitely earn your money.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I always,
Because at the beginning, it's probably really fun. You're young and you're busty and you're doing your thing and you're like, it's so fun. Like Mia Khalifa, right? She was but she was like the biggest thing on the planet for like a summer. She literally did porn for like
2 weeks,
11
though.
weeks or something. Yeah.
It wasn't even that. Like there was
very,
a
very brief
very
period of time.
quick amount of time, and she put a lot of content out in that amount of time, but she gave it up pretty quick.
She got phenomenal implants, but she regrets every minute of it. She's very articulate.
She's death threats.
Well, she was getting death threats from her home country, not from, because she was Arab. And they wanted her, not only did they not want her naked, they wanted her wrapped up so all they could see were her eyes.
Well, how come they're not getting canceled?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, I think about like the hot dudes that are shooting straight porn because I'm like, what did you do? Like, I happen to think like they're a felon because you're not making a lot of money. You probably know someone in the industry and you're like, this is what it is. Because they're not. What's their incentive for doing it then if they're not making a lot of money?
Well, you get to hang out with interesting people.
But you're on camera, though.
I don't know.
But you still get to hang out with interesting people.
I care.
I know, but that's all you care about.
That's not all I care about.
It's mostly what you care about.
No, God, please, no.
I just like to know their backstory. I'm like, so were you struggling? Like, you wanted to be an actor? Because you're only in like 4 pornos and like you show your face and everything. So you just think it's going to go away?
I think the stigma just also isn't as much as it used to be.
I don't know, man. Well, no one wants to touch my vagina. I want to see like a CEO, like I used to do porn, and then now he's a CEO of like a legit corporate company. It was like
Kim Kardashian.
I'm not talking about Kim Kardashian. She had a sex tape. She was not a porn star. But I want to see it because
you want to see like a Fortune 500 CEO who used to be a porn star.
They never live it down. It's going to be on every birthday cake, every office cake. We accept you for who you are. We don't care about your past.
He's like, another cake with a Twinkie sticking out of it. Come on, man, guys, that was a long time ago. All right,
every girl that
I'm running WeWork now.
Every girl at the office has a bachelorette party. They're like, let's see if we can get Steve to come there. Like, no, I'm past that now.
Are you? Steve, the CEO. Speaking of Kim Kardashian, can we leave Pete Davidson alone, by the way? Pete Davidson went on some ride at Magic Mountain with Kim Kardashian, and they're holding hands, and and he goes, oh, we're friends. And I just think they're both trolling everybody anyway, because people pay attention to this stuff.
Yep.
But now they're having dinner, and people are like, Pete, how does this guy keep pulling 10s? I'm like, maybe Pete Davidson is just a nice guy. Maybe, yeah, he's not a great-looking guy, but maybe he's just a nice guy.
Well, he's the guy that
maybe
has
he's
the
not,
big D energy, so that's, yeah.
But he's also clearly he's happy being someone's transitional guy.
Yeah.
He thought he was going to marry Ariana Grande, but then not really. They were both like,
real quick.
But then Kate Beckinsale, yeah, he's always with hot girls. People are like, how does he do it? Maybe he's a nice guy. Maybe he's just a cool
funny.
guy to be around. Right, he's funny. He probably expects nothing.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably high all the time, so he's super chill. And Kim's probably still trying to make Kanye mad. Listen, when you get Kim to come out,
to do it.
When you get Kim to come out to Staten Island, you know something's going on.
That's when it's serious.
Seriously, yes.
Why you say that?
Nobody wants to go to Staten Island. He's from there, and he doesn't like to go out there.
What's wrong with Staten Island?
I mean, it's not, if you're
I've never been to New York, so I'm so ignorant to all of this.
Well, it's way out there, and it's not, if you're going to go to New York.
there by a ferry.
Yeah, if you're going to go to New York, people want to hang out in Manhattan. They're not going to hang out in Staten Island. But Pete arranged a rooftop dinner for the two of them.
Why is it even a part of New York
City? They didn't
then?
have any security with him.
It's one of the boroughs.
One of the boroughs.
But it doesn't have to be if it doesn't want to be.
Well, it wants to be. I mean, you want to be associated with New York.
But that's stupid. Why have a bridge then? Why
I don't know. Talk to the people who created history. What do you want? Why is Staten Island part of New York? I don't know.
But every other
Why is
borough-
Elyria part of Northeast Ohio? What do you want from me?
Every other borough of New York City has a bridge. Why would Staten Island be any different? That's
Maybe
just
it's too
dumb.
far, or it just doesn't make sense to have a bridge there. There's too many bridges already.
There's San Francisco Bay.
They ran out. The bridge raffle didn't go their way. So
the bridge raffle, yeah.
It just makes me mad. I don't know why people do
Well, yeah,
stupid
why does it
things.
make you mad?
I don't know.
Because you got to go through Bayonne to get there?
Because he doesn't know the backstory. He needs to know the backstory.
All right.
Why would you want to have a borough? It's a part of New York City, but not.
We have bureau chiefs out there. Ask them about it. We got somebody in West New Brighton or something.
Was there a history? Did their bridge get knocked down? Did they just not want a bridge? Was there a big war over it not having a bridge?
Yes, there's a big war.
The War of Staten Island. That's right. The war over it was like the Toledo, Michigan War. The war over the Staten Island ferry.
You ferry.
So anyway, if everybody loves giving Pete Davidson a hard time, but maybe he's just a nice guy. Maybe they're just spending some time together. Good for him, quite frankly. Good for him. Because who else? Who am I forgetting? It was Ariana Grande, Kate Beckinsale.
The reason there's no bridge, though, by the way, it's just too far.
A bridge too far. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I mean, he's gone out with a bunch of people. Call him the Warren Beatty of his generation. That's going back a ways. Kate Beckinsale, Kaya Gerber. That's Cindy Crawford and Randy Gerber's daughter. Some chick from Bridgerton. Yeah, he dates a lot of beautiful women. I think if he really wants to throw people off, he should start dating Helen Mirren. That's how you do it.
I don't even know who that is.
He dated, whatchamacallit, who was, didn't he date Rachel Bilson or somebody like that? He should go out with somebody much older than he is.
I mean, Kim
Kardashian's 41.
41, and he's
Right.
27.
There
so
you
that's,
go.
That's a pretty big.
I mean, way older.
Like a Helen Mirren.
Yeah.
I mean, just like.
And listen, he kissed her in that Aladdin sketch on
That's
SNL.
where it got started, man.
That's how it got started.
They both felt something.
That's right. She's looking into those butthole eyes, and she thought, ooh, I got to get me some of that.
The thing is, Ariana Grande's boyfriend or husband now looks just like Pete Davidson. He looks like a more polished Republican Pete Davidson, but he looks like Pete Davidson.
Well, listen, if you know the history of Warren Beatty, this guy slept with everybody. Everybody. He was the guy. Pete Davidson is our new Warren Beatty.
I want to see it.
It?
It.
Because he was engaged to Larry David's daughter. That's kind of when it first got to be a thing. So they were together for a while. And then I think he dumped her for Ariana Grande. I got to break, but leave the guy alone, all right? Let him do his thing. He's from Staten Island. They don't mess around out there. I've got to take a break. You want to get a text in for anything? You can, 35192 for that. If you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. And we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. If the government can barely fund itself,
Funding the government as
listen to the rhythm of the polka in Cleveland, the polka town.
The Verrazano Bridge, by the way, is the longest bridge in New York. The one that connects Staten Island to... There are a lot of bridges that go to Staten Island.
It's just, I hear, like, New Yorkers always talk about Staten Island. It's like the Cleveland of New York, and I just didn't understand why. Like, it's a totally
Because
different
people like to
world.
piss on Cleveland, that's why.
Okay.
Pete Davidson looks like MGK had a baby with John Cryers. He does look like John Cryer, doesn't he?
A little bit, yeah.
Wow, that must make John Cryer mad. He's like, Jesus, I'm not getting anything. I mean, he's much older, too, but...
I'd bang Pete Davidson. I don't think he's ugly. He just has that,
I bet that makes him very happy.
Oh, he's very progressive. I don't think he would mind at all.
He wouldn't mind if you had sex with him?
No, I'm saying I don't think he would mind the compliment at all.
I doubt he would.
I'm sure he gets dudes complimenting him. He dated Ariana Grande. Like, I'm sure he's used to dudes, I know your D is big. Like, I'm sure he gets it walking down the street to SNL all the time.
All the time. Hey, Rick.
Hello, Mr. Cox.
My apologies, Rick, for this salacious conversation.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet, buddy.
All right, lay it on me.
How you doing, Bill?
I'm doing well, Rick.
I know Mary's out.
Mary's out. Yes.
Hey, Mr. Cox, the minute you asked who was the youngest mayor, automatically I knew it was Dennis Kucinich.
Who? Dennis Kvita?
Bennett.
Dennis Kucinich, yes. He was the youngest mayor of Cleveland. Justin Bibb, the newly elected mayor, is the second youngest, yes.
You're right. Now, was he before Mayor Perk or after? Now, that I cannot remember.
Before who?
Before Mayor Perk.
Oh, Perk was way back. I mean, people forget. We've had Frank Jackson as long as I've been in Cleveland.
Yeah,
And
we had
it was
him for
a lot of people forget Jane Campbell. She was right before Frank Jackson. That's who replaced.
Yes.
Yeah, she was in for one term. She's the only female mayor that Cleveland has had.
Yeah.
And then going back to Carl Stokes and, you know.
You are Stokes. Now you're going way back.
Yeah.
Mayor Stokes. Oh, you going way, way back.
Well, Carl Stokes was one of the first black mayors of a major American city.
True. That is true.
And then Clinton made him like the ambassador to the Bahamas or something in the 90s.
Oh, I didn't know. Wait, Alan, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was all I knew of Carl Stokes before I came to Cleveland, is that he was the first black mayor here, I think, and then he was also in the Clinton administration. You know, because like if you're friends with a president, they'll make you an ambassador somewhere. They've got all these ambassadorships to fill up, so they usually give them to campaign donors or whatever. You know, some rich dude is the ambassador to Luxembourg, and I think Carl Stokes was the ambassador to something like the Bahamas, or I don't know.
I tell you, Dennis, he was young, real young looking. Isn't he in the Senate or in the Senate now?
He was, yes. Yeah. Dennis Kucinich is a free agent now, but yes, he was. He's very progressive, yes, and a lot of people aren't into that. So his go-round for mayor of Cleveland this time didn't get him very far.
Right.
I think the people of Cleveland are like, we don't want some old white guy in there running,
No, it wasn't about the color. Now, come on, Alan. You know.
You can't in a city like Cleveland, you can't discount that. I mean, that is part of it.
The education, the knowledge of how to run, whatever. That's what I go on.
Okay.
I tell you something. Yeah, he was young looking. Kucinich did look like a little boy. I tell you something about John Lennon. He was real young looking. He was on the radio, MJW 105 or something. 105.
WMJI, maybe?
Well, Bill, I can't get everything right.
That's true.
And then went to the prize movie on 43.
Mm-hmm.
So they both were young looking.
Did you vote yesterday, Rick?
Yes, I did.
Did your guy win? Did you vote for Justin Bibb?
Yes, he did.
Okay. You know, Pound Cake didn't vote because even though there was a huge billboard outside his window, he didn't know when Election Day was.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all over Election Day. Pound Cake is cool with me. I don't know how he missed that.
I didn't miss it.
Because not only is the billboard, they said Election Day, and, commercials.
Well, he just kind of, he intimated. He just said he didn't miss it.
Yeah.
He just didn't care. Right. He's trying to get his story straight. Because first he said he didn't know. Now he says he didn't miss it.
Yeah, but pound cake, all right. Okay, that's all I got.
All right, Rick. Take care of yourself. Thank you, pal. Here's Rick. He's number 116 on the Alan Cox Show blacklist.
And I say,
Proud early adopter. What?
When's last we had an addition to the
Tell me
blacklist?
here about
let's call the whole thing off.
498 Frank is the last.
You like potato.
It's okay.
And I like.
Wow.
You like tomato. I like.
What's wrong with you, Gabby?
Potato.
You can get it, right?
Tomato.
Why?
Let's call the whole thing off.
By the way, I was reading that Mike DeWine signed a new law that requires high schoolers in Ohio to take financial literacy courses before graduation. See, that's something good. That's something that everybody can get behind.
Where was this when I was in school? We had to take an extra. We had to intern to do a check balancing course. Like,
what do you mean you had to intern? To do it?
I had like a summer co-op, and to do the co-op to make money, you had to take like a course.
I wonder when I don't know how it's been since, but I was in high school in the late 80s, and we still had econ and accounting as electives. So you had to take either econ or home ec. And that was still traditionally the girls took home ec, and the guys who wanted to bang the girls took home ec. Or you took economics. Or you took accounting for people who, I guess, wanted to do that for a living or whatever. But that was the closest we got. That's some form of financial literacy.
Yeah, I took home ec, and they're like, to show us where you're going to put your table. Like, that's...
Wait, that's what it was?
I mean, like,
But you got to make...
baking.
They trying to show us, like, how to have an apartment and how to, like, all that stuff. But
have an apartment?
Like, if you're going to get an apartment, do the layout. And they gave us, like, this grid, and they're like... this is the dimensions, and you got to make sure that everything's in the. And that was one thing I think they probably had us doing some sort of like, but you're not using real money. So even if you're, like they're like, this is what you got to pay for groceries, this is what you got to pay for your rent and stuff like that. But it's just you're like, yeah, but that's not really. That was like playing a game. It wasn't actually like.
It's like Monopoly,
and it was like one day out of the entire course, and the rest of the time we were making crappy pies.
I was going to say, you got to make fudge and chocolate chip cookies, and then you got to eat them.
I just thought about
And all the athletes were in there because they were too dumb to, get the real hard courses, so they had to get enough credits to stay eligible.
Not mine.
They had wood shop.
The one thing I remember about being in my home ec class is there's one girl that would cry a lot because she had an older boyfriend, and he, the way she tells the story, made her get an abortion. And she didn't want to get an abortion.
The girl in your home ec class is telling everybody that he made her get an abortion.
Yes. And I am, kind of a naive kid. So I was like, well, this is a lot more, like that was more educational than anything I
was going to say, they're not teaching that in home economics.
Literally, this is like a South Park episode. It was just like, marry a rich man, use his credit card, and if the correct amount of credit cards is 2, that he's supposed to have. Anything else is suspicious. Like, okay. We never got to take home ec or wood shop because those were all gone. Like, they cut the funding for those classes by the time I got there.
And you went to a vocational high school.
No, I'm talking about in middle school.
Oh, middle school. Wood shop in middle school?
Yeah, I had wood shop in middle school.
Did you really?
Did we have?
We had it in high school because you're.
Well, we just kind of had like a.
There's like saws and things.
We had like a shop class where like there was like a welding station, and there was like
in middle school.
Yeah, man.
We got ripped off of everything. Like we didn't have. They used to have driver's ed courses in high school. Didn't get to have that. We didn't get our DC trip. We didn't get home ec or wood shop.
Yeah, you really did.
We got screwed over on everything. Like
that's what happens when they cut the funding.
It is. Home ec, the home ec classroom we still use, but it was our science class, so they just put the desk in there, and then whenever we wanted to burn something up, we'd go over to the stove. But science, you just burn something up. It's science. It's not. You didn't say you're learning a lesson, but it is science.
You're learning something. Either you're teaching yourself or somebody else is teaching you.
But you're going to learn this carbon real quick. What's the smoke? That's science.
Speaking of driver's ed, you saw that Henry Ruggs.
Yeah.
He was going 156 miles an hour when he crashed.
What an idiot.
And he killed some woman and her dog. And
I
the
know.
Raiders
I found out about the dog today. I'm even more upset.
Raiders let him go. Man. That's what got you, was the dog?
I was upset already. The human gets me, but the dog also gets me. It takes it to another level.
Uh-huh.
It's because it's just...
What if the dog had lived?
I mean, someone would adopt the dog. And that'd be nice. But, like, it's also... Like, I don't understand drinking and driving in the first place, but then, like, drinking and speeding is the dumbest thing you can do.
Yeah.
Like, you're not supposed to drink and drive, but you don't drink and then drive faster than you normally would drive anyway.
It's pretty much all over for him. I mean, he's,
Here's how I think they should curb this. And this is just an idea.
Good pun.
If you are let's just change across the board. If you are under the age of 30, you cannot own a sports car.
Not even people who get wealthy early because they're in sports or they were...
Well, that's the...
Yeah.
It's not, you have to be a little bit older.
Now, why the age of 30?
Because I think by the time you're 30, you're calmed down enough that you're going, okay, if I want to drive fast, I'm going to do it in a safe way. If you're, how old is this guy? 22, 23 years old?
Yeah, something like that, early 20s.
Yeah, so he thinks he's invincible, and he's driving his sports car way too fast. I imagine it was a sports car.
I was going to say, I see a lot of dummies out there who are easily over 30, who are flying around.
Yeah, I understand. It's not going to get rid of all of them. I'm just throwing ideas.
It's like cigarettes. Yeah. So you have to show them ID if you're going to buy that Ferrari.
Yeah. You can buy it. You can't drive it. You have to have somebody else drive it.
I see.
You have to have somebody over 30 drive it for you. How about that?
You have to.
That way you're not, you can still own it if you want, but you just have to, or put a breathalyzer on every athlete's sports car. Like if I owned the Raiders, I'd be like, everybody's got a breathalyzer. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
You're not getting in your fancy cars and killing people, getting DUIs when you can just, the NFL has a number you can call to get a ride. They pick you up and they drive your car home.
Oh, do they really?
That's what I've read that online. I don't know if it's true, but even if it's not
a car service,
thing,
bitch, you're
you
rich.
call somebody. You can afford to not drive. Like it's so
well. The point, and that's all
it's
true.
so stupid.
I
They wanna leave
agree,
their car
but the point
there.
is, when you're that hammered, you're not in your right mind. That's why they have all those buzzed driving is drunk driving
But
billboards.
that's why you don't drive to the club if you know you're drinking.
But how are they supposed to show off their fancy car and get some hot?
You have
That's
somebody
true,
else
too.
to drive it. I don't know. I think like showing off the car is like no one's in the club. Everyone's already in the club. They're not seeing.
Nah,
it's
yes, they
just,
are. TMZ might be out there.
Who cares though? But isn't it just as big of a flex to show up in like a limo or something?
No.
Show up in a sweet Uber.
Or
you show up in the Sprinter van. That's the move. You have all the hot bitches and you in a Sprinter van, and then you pop
And
out.
even if you just really want to show it off, then don't drink that night. Show up in the club and don't drink that night if you're driving. But it's just
that's
such
so
a
uncool.
It's a
pardon me,
stupid
guys.
thing.
This is Uber Black. Thank you very much. Yes, I've got some money.
Yeah, I never understood.
You're
that.
asking people who are in their early 20s and newly rich to make good decisions.
Yes.
People who didn't grow up with money.
But they
Yeah.
have management. Like these, you don't make those millions by yourself. You
But
are the athlete.
But your management is not with you when you're drunk and behind the wheel of your Ferrari at 2 a.m. Your management is sleeping at home. You would have to call them.
These people have assistants. There are people to keep guys like this in
Listen,
place.
It
They
doesn't
have to
matter.
be
They're not
willfully-
with you 24/7.
True.
But you still just got to make that decision to be smart enough to not get behind the wheel when you're drinking.
It's just not fair.
What's not fair? Life?
Yeah,
Well, yeah, we know that.
that's just wrong.
But it's also like and like I said, it's one thing to get behind like you're driving like an a-hole.
You
too.
know it's also not fair that there's a dead woman now, right? Because he crashed
That's
into her
what
at
I-
And a
150.
dead dog.
I'm talking about the dead woman. This
Oh.
this woman was just going about her life like do.
Was she a pedestrian or in another car?
I don't know.
I
think
was
she
under the
in another
impression.
car.
I thought she was walking her dog.
That's why I was
I
getting the
thought I
impression
saw
that she was
2
walking.
cars.
Like Toto, she swung up like it was like a tornado. Like she is not in Kansas anymore. But that
Yeah. Ryan Dunn, Paul Walker. They were in their 30s.
Paul Walker. Oh, you want to talk about?
But they
just
weren't
a
drunk. That
waste.
was just an accident.
That is true. They were going too fast.
Yeah.
Lost control. What if the dog was driving? Somebody asked. What if the dog was driving? Well, that's just not good either. That's just poor automobile ownership.
Do you think, Alan,
in human years, what?
We talked about this yesterday. Do you think the guilt knowing he killed someone is punishment enough?
No.
Not at all.
No.
But he's got to have to live with that for the rest of his life.
Well, okay. That's what happens when you get by. You know how many people do that and don't kill someone? They get really, really lucky. That's why I don't understand people with multiple DUIs.
Oh,
that
they
means
get like 7.
But like every time they do it and don't kill someone, they go, well,
did it again.
Did it again. Right.
She was a woman in a RAV4. She was only 23, too. So it's not like she was a very young woman. And he was in a Corvette.
He rear-ended her doing 125 or something, somebody
Jesus.
said. I mean, you will obliterate the other car.
Yeah, you'll go right through it.
Yeah.
And you could literally, and that's the thing, like I'm afraid to have a kid and, teach that person how to drive because you could be doing everything right. You could be following the laws, going the speed limit, drive like a grandma like I do. And someone could just come up behind you and just get you. Like you can do everything right.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh, the nerve. It's just not fair.
That's the luck of the draw.
Yeah, someone messaged me and said the Raiders have a 24/7 car service that picks you up and gets your car home too.
He was in Vegas?
Yeah, that's where the Raiders are now.
Well, no, I know that. I didn't know if he was like in another city or...
Yeah, he was in Vegas.
Okay. Because like that dude from the Ravens that got shot here, he went to Ohio State, so I guess he was home seeing somebody, but he plays for the Ravens. He got shot at some downtown Cleveland bar over the weekend, or grazed or something. I don't know.
No, he got shot. I saw that news story. Cleveland gets you.
Caught fire because the battery's in the back. What, a Prius? At 125 miles an hour, it does, or whatever, it doesn't matter what. 125 miles an hour, you're gonna
156.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I didn't even know cars go that fast.
I didn't know Corvettes go that fast.
150.
Is that what he was in? I thought he was in like a Ferrari or something.
It's a Corvette.
And that's the thing. Like, even if you don't hit anything, you hit a pothole, you're gone. Like anything that you're not driving directly, like straight, anything to disrupt the pattern, you're gone. You can't make any like sharp turn like that or any abrupt turn. What like that is
especially not in a Corvette.
Well, I don't know. I've never drove a Corvette. Is it not? Does it not have good steering?
Well, when a car is that low to the ground and that fast, if you get it going that fast, it's going to wobble. And it's
like if you don't know how to drive a car like that fast,
any slight flinch, you're going to go off to the
in trouble.
Well, I'm sure
it's like somebody pointed out. It's like the irony of Sam Kinison getting killed after going sober. He gets killed by a drunk driver. That kid in the middle of the desert swerves and hits Sam Kinison head on.
I'm sure the driver feels really bad.
Yes, I'm sure. But that's not the end of it. They don't go, well, you must feel awful. Case dismissed. I mean, there's a dead person involved. And so that's got to work its way through. But they set his bail at $150,000, which I thought was
low.
Boy, I thought if you're playing for the Raiders, you can plop down $15,000 and spend a night in your own bed.
Super sad.
Yeah. Alan, I don't want to drive fast when I drink, but it feels so awesome.
Get your windows down. Music blasting.
Again, in an age of car services, back in the day, if you wanted a car service, you had to call a car service. You had to have a number. You had to know somebody. Like, oh, my friend's rich. He's got a car service that you would call if you don't want to wait for a taxi. Now it's on your phone. I think these guys are just flexing and they don't want to. They got this car. What good is this car if I can't drive it? I'm not going to call an Uber. Who knows what's going through your head? But this is what you get.
Well, I hope the rest of the players in all the leagues, anybody with, I hope this just gets a lot of people go, whoa, I'm not going to drive drunk. I'm not going to drive super fast on public streets because that's dumb too, even if you're not drinking.
Okay, I'm going to take a break. I've got more than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes with Dennis Quaid shortly. He's an actor. He's a musician. He's doing a show with his band at the Kent Stage on Saturday night. So I'll chat with him about that. It's been a minute since he's been on the show. And I'll have another $1,000 for you to win, $430. Another chance for you to go fund yourself. And after the break, if you want to get to a Cavs game, I'll hook you up there. 35192 if you want to text for anything, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Your Cleveland Cavaliers are going to be back home and playing a show. Yeah, they're going to play a show. They're going to put on a show for you against the Washington Wizards. It's 1 week from tonight. It's the 10th of November at the Romo Fijo right downtown. Cavs.com will have whatever other details you need. But if you haven't gotten to a Cavs game yet, it's a good time. I don't have to tell you that. And if you have, well, there you go. Cavs, Wizards, next Wednesday night, downtown. Caller 10, these tickets are yours. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
You'd flee a wildfire.
Evacuate.
You'd prepare for a hurricane, but there's no escaping this disaster.
It's one of the worst disasters that I've seen in my career.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192 on a text. I'm going to talk to Dennis Quaid here in a few minutes. He's doing a show. Sometimes he goes out with his band. This show is just him and a guitar and a piano. It's a very intimate show. He's only doing a dozen stops on this tour. One of them is at the Kent Stage. He's going to do a show this Saturday night. So we'll catch up with him and see what else he's got in the works.
Is he going to be doing any Great Balls of Fire? Any Jerry Lee Lewis?
That's a good question.
Well, she's my wife, and I love her.
Winona Ryder was the wife, right?
Yep.
Great Balls of Fire.
And his
Great movie.
teenage cousin.
That's right, yeah.
That was a weird movie.
Weird movie, wild movie.
Because it's a biopic, but it's a really silly version of it.
Yes.
Like it doesn't take itself too serious. It's pretty fun. Because a lot of the biopics now are you're just
by the book,
drudging through their life. Like everything's the saddest thing that's ever happened. They show their success and then that crash after the success.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Alec Baldwin was in Great Balls of Fire. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
He was like the manager or something.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. So Dennis Quaid in a few minutes. I'll have another $1,000 for you right before that. About 6 or 7 minutes away. Chance for you to go fund yourself. I got a lot of good guests coming up. Michael Imperioli on the show tomorrow.
That's awesome.
From The Sopranos. Sebastian Maniscalco on the show next week. I have tickets for you for his show all this week. 520, he's doing the Romo Fijo in December. But I'll have him on next week. The legendary George Wallace will be on the show next week.
George Wallace is the best.
Love him.
He's obviously a legend, but I don't think people understand how brilliant and funny he is.
Mm-hmm.
I worked with him years ago at Hilarities, and he's just a master. So that's awesome. And still really funny on Twitter and social media, too.
I think
he's still
so,
got
too.
it, man. He's awesome.
I don't even know if he's pimping anything. He's just calling the chats.
He,
we'll see what happens.
Just posted a picture with Jerry Seinfeld, so I wonder if there's a new season of Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee dropping or something.
Well, Jerry said he's done with that.
Oh, is he?
So, yeah.
Okay.
So maybe George Wallace is in, because I know they go way back, so he'll throw George Wallace into things.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was the doctor in the Junior Mints episode of Seinfeld.
Yeah.
So maybe he's in that Pop-Tarts movie that they're shooting. Jerry's doing some Pop-Tarts movie. Maybe George Wallace is in that. I'll have to ask him those things next week.
That's exciting.
Alan, shouldn't the Romo Fijo be the Quilo Romo Fijo, since it's the Quicken Loans? It's not the Quicken Loans Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, is it? Just the Rocket Mortgage.
Just Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Yeah.
Trust me, I would love Quilo Romo Fijo.
We got a packet from him in the office. We know it's the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse.
There you go. Yeah, we got the macaroons for Bert Kreischer's birthday.
I had one.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Man, I love macaroons.
They're good.
So good.
They're good. They spared no expense on these macaroons.
No expense. I'd like a pistachio macaroon, please. And about an hour from now, we'll get to the Pound Cake Sports Break, where he regales you with tales from the sports world that a lot of people use the phrase, you won't hear anywhere else. Guaranteed, you will not hear them anywhere else. Because Pound Cake delivers them to you in his own inimitable fashion. And latest episode of the Pound Cake podcast is up as well. And it's 30 minutes. 30 minutes? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
That sounds short. Don't you usually do an hour?
Not always.
I thought you did.
Nope, not always. I mean, I don't have necessarily a set time, but I don't like to go less than 30 minutes.
So whatever the mood strikes.
Yeah.
Whatever you're feeling.
Yeah, if I'm ranting and I'm really passionate about something, like the whole Britney Spears thing, Fancy was telling me to shut up. He was like, I don't want to hear 3 episodes about the Britney Spears like documentaries. I'm like, but there is updates, and I want to fill people in. People need to know about this stuff. That I can go on for an hour, but I don't want to do that to people.
Okay. Who was that?
That was me. So water.
I was reading about a woman who's very upset. This is a widow who is upset because her husband's body was used for a live autopsy. What? Did you see this?
No, but that's gross.
Wait, like a live like he wasn't dead and they
probably put him asleep.
No, he was dead. She's the widow. Her husband was 98 years old. He died of COVID, and they sold tickets. It was a $500 a ticket event that took place.
Weird.
In a hotel ballroom. It was a public event in Portland. And she says that the family didn't know that his body would be dissected publicly. I think that he had donated his body to science, but they didn't know it was going to be used like this. There was an event that was supposed to be like a teaching event, or it's called Death Science. And it has more than 1 million followers on TikTok. And they educate people on scientific fields and topics that relate to the deceased. And so I guess when the guy donated his body, they didn't realize, and maybe I didn't realize this either. Maybe when you donate your body, that's the end of your control over it. They can use it for whatever.
I want to own my masters, please.
All I would have wanted if it was, how much was it? 500 a pop?
500 a pop.
I want a cut.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that you're donating the body, but it's like, if you're using the body and they're charging 500, you gotta give me a little. I want 5% at least.
She's saying that they did it without the family's consent, but again, and it might vary state to state. But my understanding was always, if you donate your body, you've given your consent. Your family's got nothing to do with it. A funeral director said that the 98-year-old man's body had been given to a private company in Las Vegas called MedEd Labs, with the expectation that it would be used for medical research, and the family learned instead that it was dissected live at this event.
But still research, still educational. I don't have a problem with this.
Is donating?
Remember when the lady or the guy got in trouble because he was like blowing up cadavers or something?
Yeah,
or he was selling bodies that people donated to science, and then they would use them. And someone's like, "Yeah, my mom got blown up in this like Buick or something."
That. They set it on fire.
What they didn't realize was that the company that they donated the body to sells bodies.
Yeah.
So it's like, unless you know that, and they said they still couldn't figure out why the company had sold a body that had died from COVID-19. But that this funeral home said they were no longer going to work with this company because they sold the old guy's body to this organization called Death Science, and then they cut it up live with like the overhead projector in front of a room full of people who are basically just like, cadaver tourists. If you're going to pay $500 to see a live autopsy,
you're into it.
You're into it. Are you really there to like learn? I mean, you could go to a university or something and learn. I mean,
So donating organs and sorry, I can't talk today. Donating organs and donating a body are two different things, right?
I think you have to specify that you're an organ donor, like that's on your driver's license.
It's on
or
my
whatever.
driver's license.
I think if you say, when I die, I donate my body to scientific research, there's so many private medical companies now. That's kind of part of why it's all effed up. There's so many private medical research companies now that it could go to any one of them. I don't think there's anything, the family's upset, but it doesn't sound like anybody did anything wrong.
You still get a funeral in that aspect, right?
I guess if you want one.
Well, I'm saying if you're donating the body, they're like, all right, we have Dad's body for 72 hours. We got to get this thing done because they're going to come collect it,
Wait, you mean a viewing?
Dad's got a show on Saturday.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, they're going to chop him up. Dad's going to be chop suey in like 30 minutes.
Well, they did
do
in the
this funeral
same
now.
ballroom. They're like, all right, we'll get the funeral in, and then afterwards, everybody's got to clear out. We got to flip the room, and then we're doing the autopsy.
Literally,
we're gonna flip the live stream cameras over to the overhead projector.
It's like a bill collector. They come in, they're like, I'm sorry, we need him. We gotta take him out. They wheel him out. Like, hey, you ain't paid for the coffin. They're like, you're right. Just grab him out.
They gotta carry him over his shoulder.
You're right. That's all right. You can have
Get
the
the
coffin
legs.
now.
Get the legs. All right.
Kid's got a new.
Told you should have brought my cart.
Kid's got a new bed. We're like, we paid $6,000 for this coffin. You about to take this home?
Do you remember that movie about a decade back called Repo Men with Jude Law? You ever seen Repo Men?
I never saw it, but I know it.
Where they're like, people can buy artificial organs on credit, and so when they don't pay, Jude Law and Forrest Whitaker come in to take the organs back. It's pretty wild. The movie wasn't great, but it was a cool premise.
Good premise.
Yeah.
Did somebody repo Forrest Whitaker's eye?
Oh.
Yeah. He's got an issue with that. Yeah. I've got $1,000 to give to you here. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword BANK to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's BANK to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes. With somebody on the phone.
All right, I got more than 6 minutes, but I don't have 10 minutes to spend with Dennis Quaid, who is back on the road doing a handful of dates. Usually with his band, but this time around it's just him going out doing some shows. And one of them is going to be at the Kent Stage on Saturday night, if you want to look into tickets for the show. He's not far off. Dennis.
Hey, Alan.
How are you, man?
Good. How are you?
Hanging in there. I'm sorry about your Astros.
Yeah. I'm sorry about the Astros, too. they they're just doing well on a year-by-year basis, though. So I got to give it to them. Still a great team.
Yeah. So you're not doing a long tour here. You're doing a dozen dates. Fortunately, we get one of them here. Is this something you were just kind of, you didn't want to be out for very long, or you were just kind of able to manage to squeeze some in between everything else you're doing?
It's we're just coming out of, everybody's sort of coming out of their holes now, all over the country, and so this is kind of a test and a warm up tour, I guess, to what's going on, and we're going to be planning many more coming up in the year. We're going to try to cover the whole country this coming year.
When everything shut down, I'm sure that there were all kinds of people in your position. There were actors who, whatever their current productions were or future productions were, shut down. Fortunately for you, though, I would imagine it was an opportunity to spend more time with the guitar.
It was, yes, it was that, spend time with the family, and also to the guitar, and to really get reacquainted with the piano. The piano, I learned piano when I did Great Balls of Fire, and Jerry Lee Lewis was actually one of my teachers, and I had some time here after decades. I think everybody found that. And so I was spending about 5 hours at the piano over the pandemic, and I'm bringing that to the stage. It's just going to be me and a guitar and the piano on stage. I have a band called the Sharks, but I want to highlight songwriting and also just really connect with the audience. And it's going to be a very intimate time with everybody.
You mentioned Great Balls of Fire, and I love that movie because it was very clear, and this isn't always the case with movies, biopics about musicians or whatever. It was very clear that you knew what you were doing in the musical scenes. So I had assumed that you had spent a lot of time either practicing or consulting with people that knew what they were doing to really get the look and the feel of that thing down.
Yeah, it was like with Jerry Lee, it's mostly about the left hand. It's a very athletic experience to play his left hand because it just goes and goes and goes. And once you get that, you hardly need the right hand, really, because he creates a beat and drum and and drives that thing with his left hand. And he's still out there. Everybody thought he would be the first to go, but
Yeah.
he's still kicking it.
Do you still talk to him from time to time? I mean, I imagine you guys spent no small amount of time together making that movie. Is he a guy that you'll still kind of consult on musical matters occasionally?
Yeah, I consult with him, mainly by still listening to all of that music that he's made, and I play along, with my headphones. And I'm in contact with his family. He had a stroke about a year and a half ago.
Right.
And but the guy is fighting back and sitting at the piano, and he will not be deterred. I played. In fact, about a month and a half ago, went down to Memphis and played Hernando's Hideaway, which was the original hole-in-the-wall club that Elvis started at, and Jerry Lee played as well. And that was really a great experience.
Are you a guy that can walk into a club? I mean, whether it's local to where you live or if you have friends who are on tour or something, are you a guy that feels comfortable kind of walking in and hopping up and sitting in with people?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. As long as we're tuned to the same, as long as we know the chords, it's just 3 chords. That's basically what comes up, what most music is. And I love to do that, it's sharing. It's collegial.
Dennis Quaid's new song is called Heartbeat, and I was listening to it earlier, and it's a nice, intimate, mellow, acoustic guitar-driven song. Is this part of a bigger thing that you're dropping soon, or is this... Because I know you've got more stuff coming out after the first of the year.
Right now, I did an inspirational / I guess you call it gospel record in Nashville that I'm working on that's coming out, I guess, sometime in March. And then I'm also working on another record that'll come out later in the year that's got a lot of songs. It's going to just spotlight on songwriting, I think. It's going to be a little bit more acoustic, and that'll be reflected in the show tonight. Although, we do with the piano, like to get people moving and having a good time, too.
Boy, Nashville blew up. About 10 years ago, everybody was moving to Austin. In the last year and a half, I have half a dozen friends I know in the business and not in the business who've moved to Nashville.
We moved to Nashville in February.
Yeah.
And I just love that town. I really, really do. And most of it goes to the people. And there's so many great players in Nashville. And there's something going on all the time. And the vibrant city, and I just love it.
Dennis Quaid is on tour, as I mentioned. He's only doing a dozen dates, and one of them is at the Kent Stage. He's going to be in Kent on Saturday night, and you can get online and get tickets for that. I assume there might be a few remaining.
Hey, listen, people can go to DennisQuaidIsHere.com to get tickets, and come on out and see us. We're going to have a great time. You will have a great time. Or your money back. How's that?
We've done a lot of comedy shows at the Kent Stage. It's a great room. You'll get a great crowd there, and it's just a lot of fun to play that venue.
I'm really looking forward to it. I am. I've never been to Kent, and looking forward to having a really good time, so they tell me.
You'll be welcomed with open arms there, Dennis. You got nothing to worry about.
Beautiful.
I always like talking to you. I appreciate your time. Dennis Quaid is, go listen to Heartbeat. It's available where you can stream, and DennisQuaidIsHere.com. Go there. Saturday night, he will be at the Kent Stage to play. And best of luck with everything else, man. Have fun in Nashville, and hopefully we'll talk again.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you,
Take
pal.
care.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes with somebody on the phone.
He's playing Reagan, too. I didn't get too much into the movies, but he shot a movie where he plays Ronald Reagan.
Jelly beans.
And that's what it's called.
Is it called Jelly Beans?
No, it's called Reagan. But they should have called it...
They should have called it Jelly Beans.
Jelly Beans.
Jelly beans and trickle-down economics.
Yeah.
The Reagan story.
Penelope Ann Miller. Remember her? She was in Carlito's Way. She was in Adventures in Babysitting.
Oh, yes.
She's going to play Nancy Reagan.
Oh, Nancy.
Mother. He didn't call her mother, did he? Who was that? Called
Pence
his wife
was
mother. Huh?
Pence was the mother guy.
No, recently.
Oh,
but back in
recent?
the day, there's somebody else who called his wife mother.
Oh, maybe he
it
was.
was Bush 41. Called his wife mother. I don't know. But yeah, Dennis Quaid right there. He's still making films, still making music, and he's going to play the Kent stage on Saturday night if you want to go see him. Regale you with some... It's good stuff. It's like good East Texas. Here, I'll play you a piece of it here. I should have ended with it, but let me find this song.
Garbage.
First chord. It's just him and a guitar.
I was standing on the shore of an ocean, and you were on the other side.
I know you want to hear him do Great Balls of Fire, don't you?
Had a longing to find you.
I don't have him
Like
doing
the
Great Balls of Fire.
tug of the
I have Crazy Arms. You remember Crazy Arms?
I don't know if I remember Crazy Arms.
Him and Jerry Lee, I think. I don't know which one of them that is. There he is. Yeah, Jerry Lee Lewis is a guy that people think is dead. He is still alive.
I was looking into that because I was like thinking of this interview that you're doing, and I was like, is Jerry Lee Lewis alive? And he is alive.
Yeah.
And that is wild.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm. He got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in the very first class. He was the inaugural class in 1986. They put Jerry Lee Lewis in. Okay, I got a break here. Again, Dennis Quaid is here, I think is the website he said, if you want to get tickets for that show. Saturday, he's going to play the Kent stage. 35192 on a text for anything in here, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WM.
assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Okay.
This is the song you're using for your show, right?
Yeah, this is how we get things started.
When's that show?
That is every Thursday at High and Dry in Tremont at 8 p.m. And it is a free show, and it's a lot of fun. So
My,
come
that
on
would make
out.
it tomorrow night.
That's correct.
What's it called?
The High and Dry Comedy Hour with Bill Squire.
This is the Gap Band. This is the song Bill's using to start that show. It's called Early in the Morning.
Yep. Get it started with this, then we close it down with the Lido Shuffle.
Well, I mention it because Ronnie Wilson died.
Oh.
Founding member of the Gap Band, older brother of Charlie Wilson, who, of course, Pound Cake's mom. Big fan of Charlie Wilson. Ronnie Wilson had a stroke and died. He's 73 years old. He was referred to by his wife as a genius. Creating, producing, he played the flugelhorn, the trumpet, keyboards, and singing music. I always confuse the Gap Band with Zapp. Zapp is from Dayton, right? Or Toledo or something?
I'm not sure.
Roger Troutman and Zapp. Is that who I'm thinking of? Pound Cake, you know this?
It sounds familiar, but no, I don't know this.
They're from Dayton, yeah. Because I have Roger Troutman's solo album. They were called Zapp and Roger after a while, but yeah, they're from Dayton. I was confused them with the Gap Band. Gap Band is from Tulsa, Oklahoma. And so, listen, in honor, it just so happens that Bill's show tomorrow night will incidentally pay homage to Ronnie Wilson. Of course, their huge hit was...
every week, yeah.
And every week. Your huge hit was You Dropped a Bomb on Me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what it sounds familiar. That's why I know what it is.
And
also, we talked about this last week.
Of course, after... Talked about what?
This song.
Yeah, right. Early in the morning.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, he doesn't remember?
Of course not.
You were here, Cody.
Yeah, I don't remember what we talked about last week. I remember you talked about Zapp and Roger. That's all I remember.
I didn't talk about Zapp and Roger last week.
You said Charlie Wilson.
Yeah,
That's
Charlie
from the
Wilson's
Gap
part
Band.
of the Gap Band.
Oh, the Gap Band. Sorry, my bad.
Maybe I'm confusing him. I know that
No.
I speak quickly,
No.
I think quickly, maybe I'm confusing him.
No, I remember you brought up
I mean, I
Charlie.
can't slow down for you, but maybe it's on me. Maybe it's my fault.
No, it's me.
Okay. Well, I remember we had an urban station that would not play. I was still on in Pittsburgh after 9/11, and we had an urban station that stopped playing You Dropped a Bomb on Me from the Gap Band because they thought that it might be misconstrued as insensitive. Yeah. And there was a big deal made about that, by the way. It was like all these think pieces being written on the memo that went around in this company back when this company was still Clear Channel. That this company's banning all this music because of 9/11. They weren't banning the music. Everybody got a letter or like a memo with a bunch of songs, and they go, hey, here's some songs.
For the time being.
Yeah, well, they weren't even saying don't play them, because I was working at an alternative station. We were still playing Rage Against the Machine. We were still playing Killing in the Name. They were like, these are some songs that might get people's hackles up. So just be aware. But I remember that our station, our station down the hall did stop playing You Dropped a Bomb on Me, even though there were no bombs in 9/11.
Right.
If it was You Crashed a Plane Into Me from the Gap Band, would have fully understood that.
Dropped a building on me.
You dropped a building on me. But that was a song of theirs from the early 80s. But tomorrow night, Bill's show in Tremont, of course, you'll hear that song early in the morning. I was talked to Dennis Quaid before the break there, and coming out of that, I mentioned that he was going to play Ronald Reagan in a movie that I think is in the can, but it got delayed because of COVID, so I think it's going to come out after the first of the year. And somebody texted me, and I thought they were kidding, but they are not kidding, that Scott Stapp is going to play Frank Sinatra in that movie.
I love that. Oh, that's
Flametron Man! New York, New York!
Love me some Frankie.
Oh, I don't care a whit for Frank Sinatra, but I want to see this movie now to see Scott Stapp play him. John Voight is in this movie. You know, he's like a crazy MAGA guy.
Oh, is he? I had no idea.
Oh, you haven't heard? Yeah.
I had not heard.
I mean, Dennis Quaid is a pretty conservative guy. I don't get a MAGA vibe from him. John Voight is fully through the looking glass.
Oh, yeah. He's the one that's like, our president that's sent by the Lord.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Liberals are Satan.
Was he hanging out in Dallas yesterday waiting for JFK Jr. to reappear?
Yeah, that was weird.
That was a real weird one.
There's just a lot of people that have a lot of time on their hands. And I understand that people are like, there's a worker shortage. No, there isn't. You got people doing a QAnon rally at Daley Plaza waiting for JFK Jr. to come back, which, spoiler alert, nobody thinks that he's coming back. But people like being in a crowd and shouting weird stuff. Nobody legitimately believes that he's coming back.
But also,
there's a lot of who's
why
got that
even
kind
go
of,
with that one? Because
but who's got that kind of time? Because it's stuff that circulates on the internet, and then it happens IRL, and people go, "Oh, it's the prophecy" or whatever, because it's fun to pretend. But Jesus Christ, who is hanging around in the middle of the day?
Well, I don't know.
All these people with this free time, I don't get it. Why aren't you at work?
Or doing something better.
Maybe
with
you
your
got
free
fired
time.
because you wouldn't get vaccinated.
Yeah,
That's why they got all this time downtown. Yeah, I saw pictures of that rally, and I was like, okay, well, you're not going to convince me that anybody thinks JFK Jr. is still alive.
I saw a video of it, and like there was a time when it was supposed to, and it goes past that time, and then everybody's just kind of looking around. They're like, oh, you know what? Because they're waiting for something.
But
even if they didn't think that JFK Jr. was going to show up, I think they thought somebody was going to do something, and then it just nothing.
It's all trolling, and it's all trolling.
John was a hot piece of ass.
Because they were like, oh, he didn't show up here. Maybe he'll show up at the Rolling Stones concert in Dallas tonight. Really? I mean, I don't even know if he was a Stones fan when he was alive.
But also, why are they putting all their hopes and dreams in a lifelong Democrat's hands?
Again, that's why it's all made up. These people don't actually believe it. But in the middle of the day...
So when you say that, when you say they don't actually believe it, what do they believe? Like, why are they there? Why are they so argumentative about it? Because I think there are people that believe something's going to happen. Maybe not that JFK Jr. is coming back, but I think they believe something.
You're not going to convince me that millions of people, I mean, to be generous about it, let's say millions of people around the country, all right? And I'm not talking about all MAGA people. There are plenty of MAGA people who aren't QAnon. I'm talking about the QAnon people, right? You're not going to tell me that millions of people, because they were stuck at home and locked into Facebook, suddenly believe that JFK Jr. is secretly alive. Just to take one example, all right? The whole Hillary's a lizard person and all this, it's all made up. It's all nonsense. You're not going to convince me that people believe that. It's really easy to rile up Republicans. Two things: bigotry and hatred of liberals. That's all you need. That's how they did the governorship in Virginia. It's all you need. So they're like, hey, JFK Jr. is coming back. Again, to your point, I don't know why you would pick the son of a... Maybe they think they're going to get liberals riled up or something, but everybody goes, oh, look at these dummies who think that... They're not dummies who think JFK Jr. is coming back. They're bored and have time on their hands, and I guess QAnon is fun. So they get to dress up and they get to hold up signs, but no one believes that JFK Jr. has been hiding for 30 years.
But they're showing up and waiting for something.
I get it.
They're showing up and waiting for something.
Because they're bored and they've got time on their hands.
Yeah, it's just...
And if you like this stuff online, it's like, to me, it's like anything else. If you're way into... Think of Pokemon Go.
Oh, yeah.
People are like, oh my God, there's kids all through this park because they got to catch all the Pokemon. That's what QAnon is to me. Now it gets really weird when you got a guy who's out there with a gun because we don't,
That's a pretty good analogy.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, people like being a part of something, And they can pretend that they believe in it because they don't want the person next to them hearing that they think it's all made up. So it's whatever. But I'm always fascinated by these people who have all this time in the middle of the day. Grown men and women got lawn chairs, Q signs. Like, well, you had to make that.
Making the signs,
You had to buy that.
Yeah, you had to do arts and crafts.
Why aren't you at work?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's weird. I thought that was just such a strange, out of all of the darts you could throw at a board, here are some people who think JFK, and why did they think he was going to come back?
I don't know.
But what did they think he was going to do?
He was going to reinstate Donald Trump as president.
And why would he do that?
I can't figure out.
These are probably all things online that we're not like locked into. So I'm sure JFK means something in online speak.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they're like, oh, well, he didn't show up here, but maybe he'll show up at the Stones show. So
how do you get tickets? That's a tough ticket to get.
Yeah. And again, I imagine that anytime there's a collection of these people, there's also just a lot of looky-loos. There's people who are like, oh, I got to see what this is about. Like, they're not true believers.
Yeah.
But they're like, I got to see what all this goofy stuff's about. But again, I don't care why you're there. I'm always curious how you're there. I know there's a lot of retirees. I understand that. This stuff weighs heavily with the 65 and up crowd. And they got nothing but time. They got nowhere to be and all day to get there. But the people who are like screaming and yelling, I'm like, how are you out here in the middle of the day? I love it.
It's interesting. Have you ever heard the John Cleese? I'm sure you have, but the John Cleese talking about extremists or like radical right, radical left. It's a really great speech, and I think he did it on. I don't know what he did it on. I just saw it for the first time ever last night, but it explains why there are so many people that go to the far.
Oh, yeah. That's
edges.
old. That's like 20 years old, isn't it?
I think it's older than that. I
John
think it's probably
Cleese.
35, 36 years old. But it's probably more relevant today than it was when he said it all those years ago.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Hey, Alan, hate the show.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, this is Mike, the political analyst. You might know me from my work with the Mary Santora Sexual Offender Rights Organization.
The Relief Fund, yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah, exactly. So I got two things for you. First one, and then I'll jump into QAnon. I've been mulling, trying to jumpstart a campaign, given the Cleveland political times at the moment. It can't get any worse. So I'm thinking maybe like a Pound Cake and Rick sort of candidacy together. They could co-run. They check a lot of boxes.
Oh, it can always get worse. Don't ever convince yourself that things, whether you're kidding or not, things can always get worse. Now, that said, fully on board with Rick and Cody.
Yeah, I think it would be perfect. Rick and Cody. RNC,
there you go.
Right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
RNC.
Yep.
Perfect.
Put Rick in a lab coat and a crazy gray wig, and then you just have Pound Cake off to the side in like a yellow T-shirt or something.
Yeah, then we could put a footer on it that just says he discovered the coronavirus. It'd be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
But on QAnon, there's one thing that really is just the whole thing is funny, but seeing they had that really big expensive conference in Vegas just like a week ago or a couple weeks ago. It was like $200, $300 just to get into the conference, right? As a normal attendee, they booked two different speakers at the same event, right? Two different speakers, both claiming to be JFK Jr.
Oh, claiming that they were JFK Jr.
Yes.
That they had
just like a week before this event.
So the conceit was that they had extensive plastic surgery, or what?
One of them said that. The other one did not say plastic surgery, just kind of went on like, oh, well, I look a lot different now than I did in 1999. And people are paying hundreds of dollars to go see it. Right, and I think that's the real driver here. Turns out it's money and people making money.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's grifting.
He can hit. He got the JFK Jr. impersonator at the party.
Yeah, and people can, whatever. People want to go see the freak show, but again, you're not gonna. Anytime I see something, they're like, "Look at all these stupid people who think that." I'm like, That doesn't do any good. And second of all, you're not going to convince me that they actually believe that. They're just bored and they got time to kill, and so they're out there killing it that way. I mean, I'd rather them read a history book, but, you know.
I'd suggest whenever you do encounter some of these people, I typically go towards, tell me about 4chan. Tell me about 8chan. What is that place? What would I find on there? What other things do I see when I go to that place where all this is from? Huh? And that usually elicits a fun conversation. You either realize real quickly they have no idea what they're talking about, or they do know, and they're a lot worse and a lot more hate than might be on the surface.
Well, and that, to me, is the bottom line, is that people are looking for conduits for the things they already hate. And so if you give them a new pipeline, they will pour themselves into that pipeline. And so QAnon is one of those. Like, I don't believe that people believe the earth is flat. I don't believe that anyone believes that. But there's money to be made there. And so there's grifters, and it's like religion. It's like anything else, you know. Nobody, you're not going to convince me that anybody thinks the earth is flat.
I don't know when they.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
in that documentary, Beyond the Curve, they're spending like $25,000 on that device to try and prove that the earth isn't rotating.
But it proves that they're wrong. That's
right,
why
that's what happens, but
right.
They still paid the money for it.
But the trouble is and it's their money to spend, but when they spend the money and it proves that they're wrong, they still don't believe it. So they can throw their money around as much as they want because it's
but I'm
not
saying people aren't spending that kind of money on something that they don't believe in.
I don't know what people are spending their money on. I mean, I don't know. Hey, thanks, Mike.
Take it easy, Alan.
All right. Good luck out there.
I think people are way better at lying to themselves than you think. I think people really do believe this stuff. Because especially there's probably a mental illness factor that goes into it as well, where they are disconnected from reality, and that's why they're putting so much energy and emphasis into these things, because they disconnected.
Well, that's a whole other kettle of fish. I mean,
but I'm saying there's a lot of people that are doing that right
probably,
now.
but also
with QAnon or Flat Earth, whatever it is.
Well, yeah, and there are those people in every group. I'm just saying that everyone at Dealey Plaza in Dallas is not mentally ill.
I know.
There's people down there that are like, oh, okay, let's see what happens. I know JFK Jr. is dead and not coming back. Let's see if a guy comes out and says, hey, here I am. And then the crowd goes crazy, and then everybody who's there has fun, and they go on with their day or whatever. I'm just always fascinated that people have so much free time and what they do with their free time. Alan, my sister-in-law believes that JFK Jr. is literally Jesus Christ. I can't wait for Thanksgiving. Even that. I'm gonna make you feel a lot better here, because no, she doesn't.
And also, Thanksgiving's canceled this year.
Yeah!
Because it's too expensive.
Too expensive.
You're just getting bologna and a pot pie.
JFK is just so hot.
Bologna and a pot pie. And his wife was hot, too. Carolyn, I guess Carolyn Kennedy Jr. But whatever her maiden name was, right?
And then, like, their grandkids, like, I think there was the one, he's like Kendall Jenner's age, and he had a crush on Kendall Jenner, and he was like advocating for Joe Biden, and I forget his last name was like Schlossberg or something. Slongberg.
Well, yeah, Schlossberg is somebody's maiden name in that whole Kennedy family.
Them Kennedy genes, like, ooh.
Carolyn Bessette was his wife, or Bessette, or Carolyn Bessette Kennedy, yeah.
They all just make me horny.
But it's very sad because they were both young, you know.
Yeah.
But it is funny that the crazy things that people will say they believe, but they absolutely do not believe that a guy died in a plane crash, which happens all the time. It's not an uncommon thing, you know what I mean? Given the number of planes that are in the sky, a couple of them are going to come down. And he was like,
do your research, and you'll find out that it's all cover up.
But he was in a small craft, I think, that he didn't know how to fly.
Those are actually, if you do your research, those are the safest crafts out there.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Because her sister was in the crash too, right? So it was JFK Jr., Carolyn Bessette, his wife, and her sister. And they all died in the crash. Because he wasn't good enough of a pilot to be flying over water at night. And so he was flying line of sight. You know, if you get your pilot's license, you start with kind of line of sight, but then you have to learn to fly via instrumentation. And if you only have visual confirmation as a pilot, you're not as expert at what you're doing. If you have to fly in the daytime so that you can see where everything is,
I bet you she was so mad at him.
he wasn't able to fly with the instrumentation. What?
I bet you she was so mad at him.
The wife?
Yep. What you mean you don't know how to fly this thing? Oh,
She was so dead at him.
When we get home, you're not going to have any, none for a week.
Yeah, again, why are you going up in a plane at night if you can't fly with the instrumentation?
And if you do, if you trust it, fly by yourself. That's
I know.
the real test.
He was rich and good looking. He figured he had it all figured out.
He's like, I got it, babe. I got it. She's like, ooh, you look so hot flying that thing. And then he's like, You've
really worked out a whole scenario here, haven't you?
Because I can't imagine. Her sister probably wanted some too. She's like, I want to see this MFer fly this MFing plane. This is hot.
Well,
and then
you want to go up with your sister and her husband.
Well, and they went down with
everybody's rich and everybody's having fun and but okay, I've got a break. I'm going to have those Sebastian Maniscalco tickets for you. He's on the show next week, but this week you got tickets to see him at the Romo Fijo in December. The Nobody Does This tour. He's great live. So I'll have those for you coming back. Another $1,000 for you to win. New keyword to go fund yourself coming up at 5:30.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on
All right, comedian Sebastian Maniscalco is returning to Cleveland. The Nobody Does This tour. He's out of the house, back on the road. He's going to do the Romo Fijo on Thursday night, December the 9th. You can go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com if you need any further info. He'll be here on the show next week. Set yourself up with these tickets, you and a pal, to see Sebastian next month. It's already November. Oof. So good luck. Caller 10. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
They say birds of a feather flock together, but we all know birds aren't real.
Science knows. The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7 WMMS.
I was reading about those birds you sent me.
Oh, yeah.
The virgin condors?
Crazy stuff, right?
Virgin births.
Jesus birds.
Jesus birds. California condors surprise scientists with 2 virgin births. How about that? This doesn't happen very often in birds. It happens in a lot of other species. Did you ever study about that? You remember studying that in school?
Dinosaurs?
Parthenogenesis was what it was called. We were studying like
I don't
Mendel
remember.
boxes and stuff. And,
I think I've been very clear that I don't remember anything.
You don't remember anything?
They were taught. They were teaching me in school. Most of the things I remember, if I have knowledge on a subject, it's not from school. It's something I learned outside of school.
So, like I know for me, just some random weird things stuck in my brain. You don't have anything like that?
Yeah,
like Avogadro's number or Planck's constant or just things that I don't use?
No, I wasn't into pirates or anything like that.
I remember parthenogenesis was something we studied, and it's asexual reproduction. The reason that this is a story is because it's very, very rare in birds. Like bees, I think, do it. Fish, they talk about, and amphibians are famous
Fish,
for
amphibians,
it.
yeah, and that's I know that because of Jurassic Park, because
There you
sometimes
go.
they will switch sex, and then you will be able to have life finds a way, that whole speech.
So that's how you know it is Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. So, the 2 females laid fatherless eggs. Fatherless eggs, by the way, are on this Black Label Society show that's happening in a couple of weeks.
Fatherless Eggs was the original name of the Go-Go's.
Recently inducted. Drew Barrymore inducts fatherless eggs into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The condor population in California got very, very low in the 80s. And they've been running a captive breeding program. But it turns out that they had a rare situation here where they ended up with condors don't need no man.
Yeah, strong, independent bird woman that don't need no man.
The sisters are doing it for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember? You would have been young. When were you born?
82.
You would have been a baby. There was have you ever seen Condor Man?
I remember Condor Man because...
Oh, God, I loved Condor Man.
Condor Man was... I think they replayed it on the Disney Channel. We had a tape of it or something.
Okay.
And so my older brothers would watch it, and I remember him driving the car through that, like a shed or something. I don't have a ton of memories of it, but I do remember Condor Man.
It couldn't possibly hold up. I haven't seen it in forever. When I was a kid, I was probably 10 or 11 years old, I was obsessed with Condor Man, which was the dumbest thing to be obsessed. Because I was way into comic books and loved all of the marquee superheroes. But for some reason, Condor Man just scratched me where I itched. And it was basically like a comedy superhero movie where this guy he draws comic books. Maybe that's probably what drew me in, if you pardon the pun. This guy...
And it wasn't oversaturated at that time either, where there was so many things where, like, if anything had a superhero tinge to it, it was cool. Like, you're like, I mean, it wasn't cool, but it's like, I would be interested in that.
Oh, God.
Because they had a costume. If they have a costume, I'm down.
Because I remember the early days of HBO, when they only had maybe 20 movies, when they were starting to show things pretty frequently. There were a couple of movies I watched all the time when I was 10. Anything superhero, I was all about it. Capes, tights, the whole bit,
I mean,
right?
you had the top tier stuff like the Christopher Reeve's Superman.
Yes.
Was incredible. And I would have these tapes that we would tape everything off of TV, or like we know somebody that would have those channels and they would tape it, and then but it always have like commercials in it. So as much as I remember Superman or Condor Man, I also remember the commercials like in the jingles like "By Men," and like that was something I'd walk around and say as a small child.
Sure.
Because I'd watch those tapes so much.
But not only Condor Man, but there was a movie that came out about a year before that called Hero at Large. Did you ever see that? Do you remember
I don't know that one.
Hero at Large, because I was a huge John Ritter fan because I loved Three's Company.
Real quick, though, if we go back to Condor Man, also a virgin.
Yeah, probably so. There was a movie called Hero at Large with John Ritter, and I loved this movie. It was on HBO all the time. He's a regular dude. He's an actor who can't. It was like, what if Tootsie became a superhero instead of a chick? And so
I always thought you said you didn't have cable, though.
I didn't. I had to watch these at my grandma's house.
Oh, so when your grandma's house. Yeah. So during the summer, you go to your grandma's.
Well, we went to my grandma's every Sunday for dinner.
Oh, okay.
So every Sunday we're at my grandma's.
Gotcha.
And then I spent like
yourself.
a week with her over the summer.
Yeah.
So I would sit there and watch these movies. And Hero at Large was this movie where John Ritter, and I posted a John Ritter photo because he died on 9/11. And I was like, I don't want to be insensitive, but, you know, John Ritter's death, very sudden. He died from the same thing that my old co-host died from, this aortic dissection, where you have a tear in your heart and you don't know it. John Ritter died on 9/11. So, I don't think 01, but he died on
like
September 11th.
03 or
04, yeah. Anyway, I'm making a short story long here, because we had the Pound Cake Sports Break. But this movie, Hero at Large, where John Ritter is an actor who can't get roles or something, and so he takes a role as a superhero for a store or something, and he decides, like, he goes to get something at a convenience store, and a robber comes in and he punches the guy, and so he just starts being a superhero. But he's in, like, shades and a dumb cape. Captain Avenger is what he called himself. Like, he stops a robbery and then becomes, like, an everyday guy. I loved this. I was seriously 9 or 10 years old. I could not get enough of Captain Avenger. I went as Captain Avenger for Halloween that year. Could not get enough of it.
That's such a...
This guy was already...
how do they able to get away with Captain Avenger?
Because it was so stupid. That's why, even at 10, I was like, God, this is stupid, and I can't get enough of it. Yeah. Captain Avenger. Well, because they probably were like, we need a name that's not already trademarked. And this is dumb. But he had like Oakley shades on, or whatever they were at that time. God, I loved Hero at Large. Now I want to see if that's streaming anywhere.
I mean,
because I will watch it.
Condor Man is on. You can rent it places. It's on like Apple TV and Vudu and Amazon Prime and all that stuff. Let's see about Hero at Large. Also on all those different things.
Oh, I'm watching it.
So go ahead and knock yourself out and have
Ann
some
Archer
fun.
was the female lead. She's super foxy back in the day. She was Harrison Ford's wife in those Jack Ryan movies. Hero at Large. Holy cow. Okay, let me give you some money here, and then we're going to get into the Pound Cake Sports Break, as it is Wednesday. Listen closely. It's your shot to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword DEPOSIT to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's DEPOSIT to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Pound Cake, are you properly rehearsed?
I am.
Are you as ready as you're going to be?
Yes.
Play ball! This is a Pound Cake Sports Break!
In the headlines today, Texas Longhorn coach Jeff Banks has a girlfriend that has a pet monkey, but that's not the story. Apparently, the monkey is accused of attacking a trick-or-treater. Banks' girlfriend, Danielle, says it was all the kid's fault, saying that the kid ventured into the backyard where he wasn't supposed to. Danielle is also an exotic dancer that goes by the name Pole Assassin, and she probably didn't set the best example. The kid was shaking, sticking, and moving, trying to get next to that monkey, and instead the monkey took a bite out of that kid like he was a banana. Monkey see, monkey do, bitch. Also, MLB legend Pete Rose is launching a gambling podcast. He says he wants people to take gambling from an expert. The podcast is called Pete Rose's Daily Picks. I hope this old dusty white man doesn't think he's gonna launch a podcast without a catchy opening theme. Get a celebrity to produce it. Might I suggest the assistance of one Timbaland? Ain't got no money, ain't got no car to take you on a date, can't even buy you flowers. I'll have you broke by age 68. Catchy, right? Lastly, there was a most wanted fugitive spotted behind home plate at a Dodgers game. Authorities saw him on camera. John Rufo, who was accused of swindling $350 million in a fraud scheme, was enjoying himself some Cracker Jacks, a large soda, and even cheered in his Dodgers gear. So he just walked in, showed his ID, was escorted to his seat, and no one was aware that he was on America's Most Wanted. This is what our government is doing to stop criminals. Great job, Brandon. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Pound Cake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Pound Cake Sports Break!
Great song. Man, you reminded me of this song.
That's why I said it. I was like, I love
great
it.
song. Oh,
Wait,
it was him and a
IR.
Pussycat Doll, right? Timbaland and a Pussycat Doll? Carrie Hilson?
She's not a Pussycat Doll.
Oh, she not?
She's just an irrelevant female.
She's irrelevant. Listen to this guy.
She is.
She had a huge hit with him.
Yeah, but where's she now?
We can thug it out till we get it right. I don't know.
Timbaland is a big producer still.
What a great song. Ain't got no money. Oh, what a good song. God, that story about Jeff Banks is amazing. This coach, I saw people tweeting, imagine leaving your wife and kids, and somebody else goes, imagine not leaving your wife and kids for this. Jeff Banks is the special teams guy at University of Texas. At UT, right? Longhorns in Austin?
Hook 'em horns.
Hook 'em horns.
Maybe hooker horns. I
And
don't know.
his girlfriend is Paul. She's been on Jerry Springer and the Ellen Show. She's this amazing, not just a stripper, she's an amazing pole dancer. And they call her the Pole Assassin. And she's got a capuchin monkey, and she's this guy's girlfriend. He's 46. They've been going out for like 4 years. So it's not like he just got divorced. I don't even know or care what the backstory is. But
He's
all of a
living
sudden,
his best life.
All of a sudden, everybody's paying attention to this guy and his pole dancer girlfriend and her dumb monkey.
Well, her dumb monkey attacked a kid, so that's gonna get that's newsworthy.
I guess. Oh, I love it. I like that she's not denying it. Anything.
I like that she's blaming the kid.
Yeah.
I teach those kids to stay away from the monkey.
Yes,
she said
don't touch an animal just because it's right there.
She was having a Halloween party, and the kid ventured off into like a roped off area, and but don't bring kids to a Halloween party. Period. Like Halloween parties are for
Halloween is for children.
No, Halloween parties are for adults. Halloween is for children.
The kid shouldn't go past the ropes. If you have a roped off area, especially in a house, if it's roped off, you don't go that way.
Right.
That kid got what he deserved.
I bet Pole Assassin dances to this. Gia the monkey sipping on a juice box. Hi, I'm Pole Assassin, and this is my monkey.
Maybe my mom will send money to it.
He's got a new favorite monkey.
Tell your mom about
biting kids.
About
Perfect.
Gia the capuchin monkey. Who was the monkey your mom loved? From TikTok? The TikTok monkey.
George
TikTok monkey. Pound Cake's mom was donating money to this now late monkey.
Money and toys.
Right, because the monkey would unbox toys on TikTok.
Yeah.
And Pound Cake's mom was transfixed.
She was real upset, like
by this animal. She was. She
cried
called
real
in.
tears.
Yes.
She was like, and I came home the one day, and she's just like, I can't stand y'all. I'm like, What did I do now? I'm thinking I'm retracing my steps and like what everything I did to my mom, possibly. And she's like, no, they're making fun of me and of George. Like the girls at work are roasting me. And
because we were making fun of your mom on the radio.
So she was real mad.
Yeah, your mom called in and she was being nice and polite, but you could tell she was holding back anger and tears.
She was crying, crying real tears. I'm like, Mom, you never met this monkey a day in your life. She's like, it doesn't matter. He helped.
He helped her a lot through some very difficult times.
Hey, listen, we hear that all the time from people. They're like, I don't know, I've never met you guys.
I've
but
never once
the
believed
show
them.
is, huh?
I've never once believed them. I feel like that's my mom writing those emails.
P.S. Clean your room.
My son, I mean, you guys have really helped through some
We
difficult
actually got that
times.
very nice email that Amy sent us from a guy that won the Bruce Dickinson tickets, and he was just over the moon.
Oh, yeah. He was very pleased with
Almost
everything.
blew out my eardrums yesterday.
Who did? The guy screaming at winning the tickets?
He's like, I'm like, ooh. Okay, sir. He's like, ooh, I'm sorry. I'm like, all right.
Well, that Bruce Dickinson thing is going to be pretty good. Was that what he sounded like? It was a guy, right?
Yeah, it was a guy. Oh, now my mom's mad. She just texted me, ha, whatever. Now I'm shunned again. I was out of the doghouse. Now
Why
I'm
is
back
it
in.
on you that your mom was giving money to a monkey? Like, I don't understand.
She doesn't want to be made fun of.
Tell her about Gia.
Stop giving money to a monkey and we'll stop making fun of you.
Well, she did now.
Tell her about Gia, the stripper monkey.
Yeah.
That's a fake laugh.
It's real.
She'll pay money to have that monkey bite me. Can you bite my son?
Pole assassin. Yeah, it's the girlfriend of this coach. He coached at Texas A&M, Alabama, and now Texas. He's considered one of the top minds in the game of football. Worked with Nick Saban, Steve Sarkisian. So this guy knows when he sees something good. But you know, this guy was at a club. He's one of the guys who made it work.
Yeah.
They always said, you're not going to pick up a stripper in a
Yeah.
club, blah,
They
blah.
don't
see a
really
billion-
like you.
Nope. This guy did it.
He got it.
Every guy's dream who's a strip club guy. Like, I'm not a strip club guy, but if you're a strip club guy, that's every guy's dream. I'm going to find a stripper.
I'm going to turn one. It's like a girl when they try and get the fixer-upper boyfriend. This is the man version of that.
Mm-hmm. Well, he did it. He did
She's going to fall for me.
Mm-hmm. Alan, I'm picturing the monkey wearing a coat in an IKEA from years back. That was great, too. Remember the tiny monkey
Yes.
at IKEA that had on the winter coat?
Mm-hmm. Oh, monkeys.
Please
They're
tell
so funny.
Poundcake that guy at the baseball game was not on the most wanted list. That was debunked weeks ago, they said. Okay? I hadn't even heard the story until you did it. Don't listen to this person. I like the story. True or not. Why does everybody else get to believe a bunch of crap and I got to sit here and go, no, it's not real? I'm going to start believing nonsense, too.
Oh,
If
you
you can't
are
beat
not.
them, join them. Nah, I know.
I don't know. Let me look at my
It turned out to
story.
not be John Rufo, is what they're saying.
Okay, well, good. But I don't know how someone posted that story late then because it wasn't that old when I found it.
Monkey see, monkey do, biatch. Still, that's a high watermark. I got to take a break. You want to get a text for anything? 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com. You want to hit us up there, and we'll be back.
Alan Cox Show Sausage Party.
Finally, we're getting a little more sausage at this party.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Remember this song? White Wine Spritzer? Got played over the end of a Simpsons episode. This is a band called Oakley Dokley. See Oakley Dokley?
Yeah.
It's a Ned Flanders themed thrash band.
Yes.
And there was an episode of The Simpsons many, many years ago. It's when Homer and Ned go to Vegas and they end up marrying the strippers. And Ned wants to do Vegas right. So instead of ordering what he would normally order, he orders a white wine spritzer. And so Oakley Dokley, the band, they all dress like Ned Flanders. They play really loud music, but all of the songs are kind of Simpsons themed.
And for you, Ned?
I'll have a Shirley... a virgin... No, make it a children's... Oh, what the heck? You only live once. Give me a white wine spritzer. Spritzer.
Anyway, I mentioned this because
white wine.
Oakley Dokley has announced that they're going on a farewell tour next year. They're saying toodly-doo to everyone. And the Oakley Dokley, and again, by their own admission, these are guys who are like, we thought we would dick around for a couple of years, right? We thought we'd walk out there in sweaters and mustaches and we'd have about 11 people and we'd have some fun.
And it became a big old thing.
It became a big old thing. So... Oakley Dokley is going on their farewell tour, which, fortunately for you, will bring them to the Grog Shop on Wednesday, April the 27th of 2022. It's their Tour-dilly-doo 22. The band opening for them is called Steak Sauce Mustache, which is another goofy band.
I like
So
that.
they're doing about 20 shows in all. In the months of April and May, it'll get them to the Grog Shop on April the 27th.
Might have to check that out.
If you're into Oakley Dokley.
Might have to check that out.
Mm-hmm. They've got a lot of, White Wine Spritzer might be their best known one, but they've got Re-Education. That's pretty well known too.
We don't need
no
Re-Education. Is it?
I think this was the most recent. Howdly Toodly was the recent album. Godspeed Little Doodle, that's a good song too. There's Flanderdoodles. All kinds of stuff. But White Wine Spritzer was the one that got played over the end credits of that episode of The Simpsons. And they're going to do their farewell tour. Next year. Cavaliers play tonight, by the way. They're at home, and then they go back out on the road. They're in Toronto tomorrow night. I don't think this road trip is as long as the last one was. They'll play the Raptors and then the Knicks.
And it's not a West Coast one. This one's a quickie. But they still have played a lot of road games when they've only played. This will be their third home game tonight.
Mm-hmm. They play the Portland Trailblazers tonight at 7 o'clock. So when we get out of here in about 30 minutes... we'll get right into the Cavs pregame. We'll have one more chance for you to grab $1,000.
Your
at
boy
6:30.
Lauri Markkanen is out with COVID
protocols.
Yeah.
I saw that. So's Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
he's not going to play on Sunday because he's like a big anti-vaxxer. So he is not vaccinated and he got COVID. So he's out. And you know what? Because he's engaged to that Shailene Woodley, and she's like super hippy-dippy. So I guarantee neither one of them are vaccinated. She like makes her own toothpaste and all this nonsense.
I just don't know how, as an NFL player trying to win a Super Bowl, trying to get to the playoffs, like you're putting your whole season at risk by not getting vaccinated. Like that's so selfish to me. If you have to miss, because you don't have to miss as much time if you're vaccinated. Like you can test positive for COVID, but then like leading up to the game, you can take 2 COVID tests. If you get 2 negative tests, you can play that Sunday. He can't play. He's got to sit out maybe up to 2 weeks. He might miss 2 games.
Yeah. So, I mean, listen, you can't foresee every eventuality, but I didn't tell you to play a team sport. You play a team sport. Maybe be part of the team. Second-year QB Jordan Love, who is all of 23 years old, is going to make his first NFL start for the Packers of Green Bay. They say that Aaron Rodgers won't be allowed to return before November the 13th and possibly later.
Oh, November the 13th.
Yeah.
What's going on that day? Something big. Oh, I know. I'll be at Hatfields in Cam's Corner.
Oh, I thought you said big. You meant gig. You have a gig
I have
on
a big
the 13th.
gig.
Oh.
It's a big gig. Mm-hmm. Great place, too. So, yeah, you get those tickets.
Right in Pound Cake's neck of the woods.
Yep.
Which means that I'm sure he'll show up.
Yeah, I'll go and drink. Well, you said
You'll go and drink.
November 13th.
What, bitch?
I think he's leaving around then.
I'll be gone.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, darn.
You are going to be gone.
Jeez.
How convenient for you.
Yeah, I'll be gone.
Oh, that's a Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
I think I leave early that morning.
Okay.
I got to convert my money over to pesos.
You know, they'll
just give it to me. I'll do it for you.
Yeah. They'll take American money. They don't mind that.
Well, I was told convert it.
I mean, yeah, you'll get more. You'll get more for your money. The exchange rate is,
Yeah, probably.
It's probably a good idea to do that. How much are you going to convert to pesos?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I whatever's recommended. Like for my friends, they'll probably be like, "Oh, can you do like $1,000, $1,500?" No, I can't do that. I could do probably like maybe 500. It's a week, and everything's all inclusive. So the only time I'll be spending money is off the island or off the resort. So I'm not gonna be spending that much money.
You're going to be on the mainland at all, or on the island the whole time?
Well,
just off the plane, right?
Yeah, we're not going to Cancun.
That's what I mean. I didn't know if you were going to spend like a day there. You're going right to you're flying into Cancun, but then going right to the island.
We take a ferry right over to the island. I think that's where we're staying. And some lovely listener, I don't remember the name, but she sent me an email with like pretty much itinerary, like everything to do, places to go.
Mm-hmm.
She was the one that told me to convert to pesos, but I was going to do that anyways.
Sure. All right.
I'm nervous.
I also made an executive decision, and Corey Roddick is going to be filling in for you the week that you're gone.
Really?
Yeah, because Corey Roddick is back, and I'm like, people should know that, by the way, if they don't already. He was, he did Big Hair Wednesday with Jason today, and then he did the hour before our show. And he's here, so I'm like, Corey should fill in for Pound Cake when he's gone.
I'm all for that.
Because Mary is going to be gone a couple of days that week, too, so we'll have a couple of sausage parties with Corey.
Rockin' sausage parties.
Yeah!
With Corey Roddick in the house.
Aw, Campy was pissed.
Because that Friday and Saturday...
He'll get over it. He sucks.
That Thursday... Wow, you went from a big fan to he sucks.
He's a big fan when he replaces me, but not Corey.
I mean, compared to Corey, he knows that.
Jesus.
Because that Thursday and Friday, you and Mary are going to be out. So it's going to be an Alan, Bill, and Corey show.
Maybe I'll download a WhatsApp, because I don't know if I have an international phone plan.
The ABCs. I guess we're still the ABCs with the three of us, but...
I was going to say.
I like that. I like one C better than the other.
What, you can just call your phone company and go, hey, I'd like international for a week.
I can do that?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, I have to ask
or
my
get
mom.
yourself or just get yourself a...
okay, I have to ask my mom.
Ask my mom.
Ask my mom what the customer service...
But now that you're on her bad side again.
Oh, yeah, I'm on the outs again.
Mm-hmm.
My message did not send through.
Did she block you?
She periodically blocks me.
Brutal.
Alan, when you were playing Puddle of Mud, when Wes Scantlin sings about a girl, does Pound Cake know that he says hang me out to dry instead of hang me out to drive in that song? That is a line in that song. You hang me out to dry. But Pound Cake thinks it's hung up to drive. Did you make that connection? Anytime I've played the song?
No, because I've heard that term before.
You for what term?
Hang me out to dry, but
yeah,
for some reason it was a slip. I didn't mean drive. I meant dry. But then I was right. Her family hung her out to drive. But her family did, though. She's driving now. and it was.
Oh, she got her driver's license back.
Yeah,
That's
she
so
got her
nice.
driving privileges back.
Britney Spears.
Yeah.
How cool would it have been if she had shown up at the Rock Hall induction?
Oh my God. She might have been inside Christina Aguilera's bodysuit for all I know.
Head to land, I do. Thank you for this too, I do. But you have a clue. Take it, then it's wrong. You hang me out to dry.
Her family hung her out to drive.
See you every night, rain.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Who doggy? I hope Oakley Dokley does that when they play the Grog Shop. They should do about a girl. Yeah, so Aaron Rodgers is going to be out for a while. He would never say if he was vaccinated. He said he was immunized, which doesn't mean anything. He said he's getting a homeopathic treatment from his personal doctor. It's probably that long, gray-haired guy in the lab coat that Trump was using.
Did he die?
He did die.
Yeah.
But what's that got to do with anybody getting vaccinated?
He's coming back.
So, yeah, that's what QAnon says. Hey, that doctor who looks like a Molly Hatchet roadie, he's coming back with JFK Jr. So, yeah, Aaron Rodgers got COVID. He's going to be out. I don't know if that makes Packer fans upset or not. I mean,
I think they're probably pretty upset.
Are they?
I mean,
it seems like you might want to see the young buck get out there and see what he can do.
I mean, you want to see that, but also you want to you want your best guy out there. And also, I think a lot of people were looking forward to this matchup because it's the first time that Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes were going to go head to head.
Mm-hmm.
And now we don't get that. We were hoping to have that.
I know that these guys have money that they're guaranteed to be paid irrespective of what happens. And I know that Aaron Rodgers is toward the end of his career. But I would still think of I don't want some young dude coming. I don't want the backup to get out there and kill it.
You don't want to get Wally pipped.
Yes. Alan, I work in a cafe that uses a lot of coconut milk, and our distributor stopped carrying it recently due to monkey slave labor issues.
Oh.
Apparently, they chain them to the tree and train them to collect coconuts all day long. And since they don't have a monkey union, one of the more underrated Motley Crue albums, by the way, was Monkey Union. And boy, imagine that. Yeah, I got this
before.
stupid monkey union won't, you know.
Imagine chaining up a poor monkey to a tree.
Well, that's why they're trying to form a union so they can be rich monkeys.
Yeah,
Or at
that'll
least,
make them rich.
Middle class, you know.
Bougie monkeys. We want to cut us some of that coconut milk money. Yeah, I don't know.
Why are humans are so garbage?
Why?
Because we're training monkeys to do
our work.
Yeah, you don't have to pay them.
Yeah, I know, but
there
it's
isn't
still
a company on the planet. You think if this company couldn't train a monkey to do what I do, they wouldn't have that monkey chained to this board talking and squawking into this thing?
Many people think a monkey could.
Well, they can't. Because trust me, you know how they know you can't? Because there isn't one in here.
Yeah, right.
If it could, they'd be in here. This whole place would be a monkey radio station. They'd have monkeys on every microphone. There isn't a company on the planet. I don't care how progressive you are. Not a company on the planet wouldn't have monkeys doing a person's job. They're trying to. We were talking about fast food jobs, and you said these are the new factory jobs, right?
Yep.
You're absolutely correct. They're always there. You know, like they're hiring all the time. These fast food places are still. Like, we got a robot that'll flip burgers, and they always sell it like, oh, it'll let our human employees have more time to do other things. But
they can concentrate on customer service.
Of course, yes. But they want robots to do everything. So, yeah, they're going to chain monkeys to a tree and train them.
There's a lot of...
All they need the humans for is to train the monkeys. Train your replacement.
Poop where you stand.
And then pick them coconuts all day long. And somebody puts up a stink every so often, so these people right now are dealing with, you know, slave labor issues, but it quietly goes away, and then they're back to the monkeys going up. See, I think coconut milk sucks.
Yeah.
I hate all of it. So, you know, got nothing to do. I don't have skin in that game.
I hope they don't figure out that cows are poorly treated.
Don't tell them. Yeah. So even if you're trying to be a good person, good luck. Because every company's doing something shady.
And you don't even want to see how the oat is treated in the oat.
An oat?
Yeah.
They're squeezing those little oat teats so hard.
The oats and the almonds are just being worked to death.
Like a marathoner's nipples. Yeah, so it's, even if you're trying to like do the right thing, there isn't, because it's not a company's job to figure these things out. A company's job is to make money. It's all it is.
But I just feel like there's a way to get the coconuts and not abuse monkeys at the same time.
But are they abusing monkeys, or they're just training?
If you're chaining a monkey to a tree, that's not good. That's abuse.
Well, if they're feeding them, giving them breaks, imagine if the guy who called us, his micromanaging, if his manager was at this monkey tree. You get one bathroom break in the morning, get back up there and pick them coconuts. Is it abuse if they're chaining the monkey? That's just to keep them collected. It's like herding cats, right? If you've got monkeys that work for you,
I think it's abuse.
It is? It's abuse to chain them?
I think it's abusive to make monkeys do work for you.
Well, they're in the Congo or whatever. I mean, I don't know where they are, but...
Get a ladder.
Right, but let's say you're paying a guy, especially the countries where they do this, there are even people, they're paying them like a nickel a day.
Yeah, so, they're also abused.
But, and I'm obviously not advocating for this, I'm just trying to form a clearer picture of how...
Sounds like you're kind of advocating
No, I don't. Listen, this is the first I've heard of any of this.
Monkey slave labor.
But are they monkey slaves if they just don't want them to get away?
Yeah.
Are they?
If they're wild monkeys that they are capturing, and no matter what, I just don't like.
But are they wild monkeys?
They probably are, or they're even if they're raised in captivity and they're forced to do this, just the way people are using dogs and they're forcing them to see for them.
So you don't
like animals with jobs.
You don't like the service animals either.
I don't like animals with jobs. Yeah. Animals don't need jobs.
I'm just out here walking along. How did I get to be of service to you? What, I got to serve you now?
And there's those rat-ass dogs that are sniffing out the drugs and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Making other people's lives difficult. Mm-hmm. And then they retire those dogs.
Yeah.
Conan was a great drug dog for 20 years, but now he's retired because he's old. They're basically saying, we got every last bit of service out of this dog. We're retiring him. The dog's like, well, now what do I do? Watch TV and golf all day long? Like, I have no life. My whole life was sniffing butts and cocaine in trunks and wheel wells.
Yeah, monkeys shouldn't have jobs.
Alan, monkeys are social creatures like human beings. Do you want to be chained to a tree all day? I would love to be chained to a tree all day.
No, you would not.
Yes!
You absolutely would.
Oh my God,
not.
to have my day free? Just chained to a tree. They're going to bring me food.
No, you go crazy.
Take a whiz wherever.
You hate it. You hate having nothing to do, and you're going to go.
I didn't say I wouldn't have anything to do. I would just be chained to a tree.
You're chained to a tree.
How long is that chain?
Not very long. You have to stay within your tree. You're not going to other monkeys' trees.
I can't just chill in
your
tree. I want to go to someone's tree.
Man, give me some books. I'm fine.
No, you don't got no books.
Why?
Because you're chained to a tree.
Chained to a tree simply means you're chained to a tree. It doesn't imply anything else. Yeah, I'm serious.
You can't go get books.
How long is the chain?
At 3 feet.
Okay, so people bring me books. I can poop pee when I need to.
You can do that now.
I'll be fed, right?
I guess.
Yeah.
You gotta collect them coconuts too.
Being chained to a tree doesn't necessarily imply that you're a slave. You said a 3-foot chain. Okay. But if you had a long ass chain, you go, hey, what are you doing over here at the Starbucks? Thought you're chained to a tree. I am. I got a 2-mile long chain.
You don't even go to Starbucks.
That's not the point. If I was chained to a tree all day, I'd have nothing but free time. I'd be over there on my laptop.
I think you're missing the point. These monkeys don't have laptops. You have the same amenities as these monkeys.
No.
They don't got no books.
Well, that's because monkeys can't read. They're not.
Yeah, because they're trained to a tree all day. They can't go to school.
Well, then they need monkey union and monkey school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Put him behind those typewriters like Montgomery Burns has in that room.
Right. The best of times, the blurst of times, you stupid monkeys.
The blurst of times. Oh, God.
Now, I do think monkeys should be allowed to smoke. That's always That's always cute to look at.
Of course.
It's not good for them. I know that, but they look cool when they're doing it.
This is 1,000 monkeys working at 1,000 typewriters. Soon, they'll have written the greatest novel known to man. Let's see. It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. You stupid monkey.
Oh, he is a dumb monkey.
Yeah.
All right, listen. Yeah, I hope that those monkeys are treated better. And in the meantime, find out how your coconut milk company. See, people don't want to know.
Oh,
because
and
people go, "Oh, I'll just boycott that company. I'll get my coconut milk from over here."
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, you think
guess
people are
what?
getting paid a lot? Right.
Someone just told me that they also removed their teeth. So it's not that they're just chained. So you are chained to a tree and you got no teeth.
Why the hell would they need to remove their teeth?
So they don't bite people.
But they're chained to a tree. Who are they going to bite?
I don't know. People that got too close to the tree.
I mean, all they are eating
Trick or treaters.
They're eating bananas. They don't need teeth.
And then they're kept in cages when they're not working. Those are slave monkeys. It's abuse.
Don't let Corey Roddick find out that they're chaining the monkeys to a tree. He will be very upset.
With the monkeys, people don't let us.
People
sleep in
not
our
pulling our
beds.
teeth. All right, I got a break here. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text 35192. Cavs pregame shortly. They start up at the Portland Trailblazers downtown at 7. And next chance for you to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself coming up at 6:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere.
coincidence.
Very difficult to believe.
So our plan for you to hear this is working perfectly.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Now we gotta go. Cavs pregame in minutes here. Also in minutes, chance for you to grab another $1,000 of keyword here coming up for you to go fund yourself. Thanks to Dennis Quaid for checking in today. He is doing a show at the Kent Stage, only one of a dozen stops he's doing on kind of a little musical tour. Kent Stage, Saturday night. You can go to Dennis Quaid is here for all the info. What do you have coming up, William?
I have a bunch of stuff, as always. There's the new episode of The Bill Squire Show, which comes out tomorrow morning, so you can check that out on iHeartRadio, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts. I need like 2 more subscribers on YouTube to get to 1,200, so that would be cool if you could do that, and maybe a 5-star rating on Apple Podcasts. That's also good. I do my new Thursday show at High and Dry in Tremont. That's at 8 p.m. It's every Thursday, and it's a lot of fun. It's a free show, so come on out to that. And then I'm headlining a show at Hatfields in Cam's Corner, and that is November 13th. You can get tickets for that by going to my story on Instagram at Bill Squire, or following me on Twitter at Bill Squire.
Pound Cake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, and then get the latest Pound Take podcast at AlanCoxShow.com.
Okay, I'm out there everywhere at Alan Cox Show. Actor Michael Imperioli on the show tomorrow, talking about the oral history of The Sopranos that he has written. We'll see whatever else he's doing. Anything you missed today, the show is available on the iHeartRadio app, as well as a lot of other places, too. And you can leave us a message anytime. I didn't get to any of them today, but if you want to drop us a quick message, the After Hours line is always there for you. 216-986-8903. And we'll talk to you again tomorrow, right around 2 o'clock. Mary's going to be back tomorrow, and Cavs pregame is next. Portland against the Cavaliers at